All right, we will go ahead and call to order this workshop, the City of Manvel workshop at 5:15 p.m., June 20th, 2023. While now Councilman David Lands works through getting his computer set up, we'll go ahead and get started. So with the workshop, we have a discussion on the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. Kyle, turn it over to you.
Actually, you'd asked for sort of a presentation, so Chief Traylor is going to talk about the police department.
All right, Chief, floor is yours. I know this is your favorite thing to do, so thank you for putting this together tonight.
Well, I'm going to do something a little different tonight. I actually entered into the technology age, and I'm going to read this off of my computer. But I did bring my backup because I don't trust that this is going to work right. So, good evening, Council, Mayor. As requested, I have came up with a presentation to talk about and to show you the needs of the police department for the upcoming fiscal year. But being that there's new members on council, new faces, what I did was I started off with a brief overview of the department, the personnel, and what we actually do. So, okay, here it goes. Let's try this. And of course, it's not working. Okay, well, I'll just do it this way. The police department is responsible for maintaining the safety of the citizens of the city of Manvel, as well as the persons who travel and visit our city. This is accomplished by vigilant patrol and rapid response to calls for service. The officers of the police department are responsible for enforcing federal, state, and local laws. The members of the police department take pride in the standard they set with the relationship between the community and their police department. The police department is commanded by the chief of police, who oversees the overall activities of the department and the different divisions. The chief of police writes and sets policy for the department, researches and compiles reports for criminal statistics, manages the department's budget and purchasing, approves leave and requested training, responds to assist on calls for service, enforces traffic and criminal law, and any other duty that would maintain the efficiency of the department. In the fiscal year 23, we added a captain's position who was assigned to the Administrative Services Division. The Administrative Services Captain is responsible for overseeing the Criminal Investigations Division, Professional Standards Division, Training, Recruiting and Retention, Community Relations, Code Enforcement, Animal Control, Communications, Civilian Personnel, and Field Training. The Administrative Sergeant position was reclassified as the Administrative Captain, and this is the position we're talking about. This allowed me to separate the department into two divisions for a more specific span of control for each division. The Criminal Investigations Division consists of a detective sergeant, 3 detectives. The Criminal Investigations Division is responsible for investigating reported criminal activity, obtaining arrest warrants, as well as evidence management. CID, the Criminal Investigation Division, responds to major criminal offenses, processes crime scenes, and collects evidence for investigation and prosecution. They also process evidence for fingerprints or identifiers that would identify a suspect in a case such as DNA. The Patrol Division is supervised by the Patrol Captain. The Patrol Division is made up of Patrol Sergeants, Patrol Corporals, and Patrol Officers. The officers of the department are responsible for patrolling the city and enforcing federal, state, and municipal laws. Officers enforce traffic law, investigate accidents, respond to and handle calls for service, animal complaints, business and residential alarms, conduct vacation watches, directed patrols, and close patrols. Officers write reports and investigate criminal activity, which includes processing scenes for evidence, collecting evidence, submitting reports for investigation and prosecution, obtaining warrants for arrest, and making arrests of individuals identified as suspects in criminal cases. The Traffic Division falls under the patrol operations of the department. Traffic officers are specially trained in collision reconstruction and investigation, DWI enforcement, and impaired driving investigations. Currently, there are 2 officers assigned to the Traffic Division. These officers work staggered shifts and are assigned based on the need of the enforcement. They concentrate in high traffic areas and areas where the department has received complaints of speeding or reckless driving. The department's Communication Division has 7 personnel assigned. Telecommunications officers answer the incoming administrative phone calls, 911 emergency calls, and dispatch for the Manvel Police Department, as well as the Alvin Independent School District Police on weekends and holidays. of course, throughout the summer as well. The Assistant to the Chief of Police handles the records management of the department, compiles data for monthly and quarterly reports, as well as data for the NIBRS, which is our National Incident-Based Reporting System, to be submitted monthly. The Assistant to the Chief reviews and monitors the records management system and ensures that data entry is correct, as well as the CAD, which is our computer-aided dispatch data entry. Monitors the training of the communications personnel and department personnel who have access to TLITS, which is our Texas Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, receives and compiles public information records requests, monitors the mobile and body camera systems, and is currently the administrator of the records management CAD systems. In the fiscal year 23-24 budget year, the department will be asking for 7 new positions. We are looking to add 4 in patrol, 1 in criminal investigations, 1 telecommunications officer, and 1 animal control officer. Due to the increase of the city's population, it is inevitable that we will be seeing increased calls for service. The positions will increase patrol visibility and response. With the addition of animal control officer, patrol officers will not have to respond to and handle most animal complaints, which will allow them to continue their duties as patrol. Now we start the slideshow. What we use to determine the needs of the department as well as personnel needed is by looking at the department activity measures. These measures are some of the responses officers make every day and the day-to-day performance of personnel. Each year we can estimate the final count of each category and estimate next year based on current trends and population growth. This data is a count of each category, not the time it takes to complete the task. Example, we can count the arrests officers make, but to put it into perspective, a DWI arrest will take an officer off the street for a minimum of 6 hours. Basically, the more complex the case or investigation, the longer it takes. A few years ago, if we all remember, some of y'all weren't here, but I created a 5-year plan that is based on the estimated population growth in the city. In FY 2022, council allocated 8 positions to be created in patrol. In April 2022, another position was created for Community Relations Officer who also works with Professional Standards Division on recruiting and background investigations. I didn't add in here, but we also added Telecommunications Officer and a Records Clerk. In the slide that we're looking at now, you will see the 5-year projections that we came up with in 2021. The 5-year plan is the next slide you'll be looking at, will be the data and projections that was created in 2021, depicting the growth in the additional personnel based off this 5-year plan. If we stay with a 5-year staffing plan, we'll need to bring on 21 new personnel in the 24-year budget. This is not conceivable. It's not going to be possible because we do not have the office space needed for these positions. Because we brought in 8 patrol officers in 2022, which was 4 more than what we requested, and the addition of 2 more in 2023, we're on target with patrol officers. If we had 4 more officers, that would give the patrol shifts a total of 8 officers on patrol, 2 of which are the supervisors. In the next slide, you'll see some equipment that we're requesting to assist our Criminal Investigation Division. This is a list of current units and what we need to replace and add. That is the patrol cars and the CID cars and some of the equipment that we are needing to replace. We need to add 1 car, and there's some special equipment we're actually looking for, which is down on the bottom. You'll see a van that we're looking for. It'll be a dedicated, we'll talk about that a little bit more, a dedicated criminal investigation or crime scene van. An investigations unit, the one we have to replace is a 2015 model, and I was told this morning that the air conditioners went out in it, and an animal control truck. With the addition of patrol officers, there will be a need for patrol equipment such as vehicles and emergency equipment to outfit each vehicle. We all know that every year when we add patrol officers, we have to add vehicles. The problem we're having with vehicles, and I'm going off script a little bit, the problem we're having with vehicles right now is we're getting these new vehicles in, but we can't find replacement parts when they go down or they break. So when you drive by and you see all these cars sitting out there, we're having to hang on to some of the old cars, and we use them as what's called pool cars. 22 models, Captain? 21, 22 models, we can't find brakes. So when the brakes go out, we're having to down those cars because you can't drive with bad brakes. So we're having to pull some of these other units. We are now getting to a point where they're found some brakes that we can start putting on them that we're trying to make sure that they work. But there was a national back order on the brakes on these cars. So that's why you see the cars that are in the parking lot. We're having to use them, the older cars, and try to keep them running so we can use them as pool cars. But the equipment that you see, I'm sorry, in this slide is the equipment that is made up, what we have to put in the cars, the equipment we use on a day-to-day basis. It was pointed out to me earlier today that I did make a mistake in some of my addition. Like down on the bottom we see the patrol shield and the RAM, which are basically entry tools. I put 4 down there, but we only calculated for 1 each or 2 each on them. So the cost is just multiply it times 4. But we'll talk a little bit about more of those as we go on through this. Some of the programs that we initiated in the past year and the ones that we're looking to start, one of the ones that we started is the Are You OK program. This program is created by our community relations officer. Basically what that is if you have individuals who live alone, who have medical needs, medical assistance, doesn't matter what age you are, the elderly, it doesn't matter, that what we do is we reach out on a daily basis and call them to make sure everything's okay. If they respond back to us, then everything's good. If not, we send a unit out to check on them to make sure that they're all right. The Citizens Police Academy, we tried bringing that back again this year. We did that several years ago. We had 3 successful years with it. We've been trying yearly to do that. We tried to bring it back again to get a summer class put on this summer, but we didn't get enough citizen support to initiate that. We will continue to do it, but it's all based on how many candidates or applicants we get to go through the program. The Teen Citizen Police Academy, we started that as of yesterday. We have 11 participants in it. I was here yesterday when we started it. I believe it's going to be a good program. I've done this program in the past when I worked in Lake Jackson. By the end of the week, these young people are not really excited to be here on their summer break, but by the end of the week, they're going to be all excited. They're going to be having a good time. One of the things we also did was a trunk or treat. This event was held on Halloween every year for children in the community. Something we initiated was Feed the Need. This event helps during Thanksgiving to have Thanksgiving meals for families less fortunate. Shop with a Cop. This event helps those children in need of a brighter Christmas for those that are less fortunate. One thing I want to start looking at this year, Kyle and I have discussed this previously, but one of the things I would like to start looking at is a department cadet program. This program is something that will help us in our recruiting. When we go to the different academies, we are finding that probably 90% to 95% of the persons attending the academies are already on the payroll with a department, are already being sponsored. So basically what we're having to do is trying to find those ones that will fit the department, will fit the city, out of 1 or 2 in each academy. The academy classes participation, or the enrollment, has dwindled over the past years to a minimal amount. And I've preached this, preach not a good word, I've said this many times before, is that this is a dog-eat-dog world in law enforcement right now, and we are struggling to find qualified candidates that we can bring in. The cadet program is what we can do is, I've already talked to Pearland. Pearland has a training academy for law enforcement that other agencies are sending their cadets to. Is that what we do is we bring them on the payroll. It's not a full-time or a starting salary job. It's like a part-time salary that you pay someone and they go to the academy, and when they're done with the academy, they go to work for us. We've already got them background checks done. We've already got them properly vetted, and it will enable us to have that person, when we get these openings, we can already have them ready to go. An example that we're doing right now, we have 3 positions we're trying to fill right now. We are interviewing persons for those positions. We interviewed a candidate last week that is starting the academy in August. She asked for the cadet program. Of course, we didn't have it. She's interested in coming to work here. So she's going to the academy on her own. But we're going to go ahead and do the background. We're going to go ahead and vet her. We're going to do everything we need to do. And if everything's successful, then when she graduates, if these positions are approved or I have an opening, then she'll roll right into that position. But with the cadet program, one of the things we can also do is we can reach out to the military. We can go to the recruiting services and the individuals that are being discharged that are looking for jobs. That's a perfect time for us to reach out to them and try to recruit former military to come in and work with us at the city. So that's one of the things I'm looking at trying to initiate and trying to get started. I think it would be a great thing for us, and it'll help us. And that's not saying we're going to do this with every candidate. That's those individuals that we find that haven't been through the academy. Some specialized units that we have, I call it our air division because it makes us sound good. The department currently runs 2 unmanned aircraft, drones, and specialized activities. We utilize the aircraft in surveillance operations, search and rescue, accident, crime scene reconstruction. These aircraft have proven usefulness numerous times since the onset of the program. The air division has not only been successful with the department, but we are now getting requests from other agencies to assist in their searches and investigative operations. Our latest example I can use is the city of Pearland had a homicide suspect on the loose. They called our air units over there. They went over with a drone. They were able to launch the drone. It has thermal vision capabilities to it, and they were able to locate the suspect and direct the officers to the suspect as he was hiding in a field in pitch black. That's not the only thing we've done with it. That was just the latest one, and if you follow our Facebook page, you probably saw it on Facebook. It's actually pretty cool to watch. Now, we're looking to add a 3rd unit to the fleet, which will allow the pilots to operate the aircraft in severe weather, such as high winds and rains. The ones we currently have, when winds get to a certain knots, they have to be grounded. We can't launch them. If it's raining, we can't launch them. The aircraft has a longer flight time and enhanced video capabilities. This is one of the ones that we can actually launch from the PD and fly it around the city and bring it back if we need to get something out there in a hurry. Unfortunately, the cost of the aircraft and all the components that go with it is a $15,000 price tag. That includes all of the monitoring that we do and the maintenance of the aircraft. Another program I'm wanting to get started is something that we desperately need, that we do not have, is a tactical response team. With everything going on in the world nowadays, that a police department that doesn't have a specialized team such as this is dropping the ball, in my opinion. The department's looking to start a tactical response unit. This unit will provide specialized response to specific events such as active threats, mass casualty incidents, high-risk warrant service, provide security for dignitaries, hostage situation, and barricaded subjects. Just some of the basic equipment that is needed for this is ballistic armor. The ballistic armor is not what you see the officers wear on patrol. It's a special armor that is a higher threat level, meaning it can withstand rifle rounds that go up to 308. Don't want to be on the receiving end of that, but it will withstand that round. Personal protection such as knee, elbow pads, face and eye protection, personal communication devices, and also we want to look at tactical teams must have weapons that are compatible with each other. So we're going to need to look at weapons, which are pistol and rifle capabilities. Recruiting and retention. In order to attract, hire, and retain personnel with the department, we need to look at what the department and the city are competing against. We talked about this a few years ago. To compete with cities in our area, we need to look at salaries and incentives to draw qualified individuals to the city. Here are just a few incentives that many cities in our area offer. Paid health insurance for spouse and family, sign-on bonuses, bilingual pay, education pay, equipment and uniform allowance. Now that's just some, and if you'll see in the slides, we did an impromptu survey of some of the cities that we compete against, and it lists out what they provide and what they don't provide, just to give you a comparison. Something to just put in the back of your thought process is we lost an officer to Baytown here recently because he started off paid $103,000. I know we can't do that, but he also got a $20,000 sign-on bonus and some other incentives. I know we can't do that, but that's what we are competing against. And that's, in this world we live in nowadays, and I hate to say this, but it's fortunately, it's the truth, is that the officers nowadays don't have the same concept and idea as I did when I started. They're chasing money, they're not chasing the dedication and this, where they want to retire from. I hate to say it that way, but that is the truth. That's what we're looking at, and that's what we're facing. To conclude, to better understand, my 15 minutes is up. I told them it wasn't going to be 15 minutes. To better understand this information, I prioritized the request and broke the request down by division. Patrol, increased the patrol division by 4 officers. The equipment necessary to provide for the additional officers, which are patrol units, and the equipment that goes in them. Specialized equipment for officers to have on hand for breaching doors and ballistic protection in the event of barricaded subject or mass casualty. If y'all all go back and look at Uvalde, that was one of the things that the officers did not have, was breaching tools to enter that door. We need to get those in the cars. They're not that expensive. It is a possibility I might be able to get it with funds left over in our budget this year. I just need to see exactly, with Rosie, see exactly where we're at. But this is something that we need to have out on the streets with the officers every day. And of course, we need training for our specialized units, the tactical team, and our traffic enforcement unit. That is all specialized training. Just to give you an example, to get a traffic unit officer trained through all 3 series of investigations for traffic enforcement, it's about a $3,000 cost. And it's about 6 weeks of training to get them to where they can reconstruct an accident. Criminal investigations, I want to increase the division by 1 investigator. I think we're at that point right now. We were talking this morning, I want to try to get a specialized investigator for specialized criminal investigations, such as something we all just recently saw, which is our diesel thefts, financial crimes, and such as that. Specialized equipment, software, and training for the data forensics. This is a Celebrite program that allows us to, with a search warrant, it allows us to take cell phones, computers, and such as that, and extract information off of the suspect's data. And this helps us obtain evidence that we can use for trial. It came in very handy with his diesel theft cases. We were able to get into the cell phones, and that's how we tracked down a lot of people and identified a lot of suspects in that case. And we want to add a dedicated van specifically for crime scene investigations that is equipped with everything they need for major crime scenes. That also includes major traffic accidents, fatality accidents, and such as that. Our specialized units, our Manvel Police Department Air Division, a dedicated unit for air operations, an additional UAV, which is an unmanned vehicle for severe weather applications, and training for some of our pilots. For our traffic unit, it's basically just training and collision investigation and reconstruction. The tactical high-risk entry team is we need the equipment, uniform ballistic protection, communications equipment, personal safety gear, and training. For animal control officer, trucks specifically designed for animal control with equipment and training. As you can see, the police department will continue to be a significant growth pattern. We need to keep up with the growth of the city with personnel and necessary equipment. With the help of council, we'll be able to meet the needs of the city and continue to provide the essential services to this community and all that pass through. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to working with you on this. Any questions?
Well, Chief, first just want to say thank you to you and your team for putting this together. It was very thorough. I had a list of questions coming into this, and you answered pretty much all the questions. So just a few comments for myself, and then I do have one question. We'll open it up to council, and then just keep in mind that we do have public works or community services following this. Love that you have an animal control officer. I think that's a need. Love that you have the department cadet program. Would love to understand the cost analysis for that, how that would need to be set aside if that's the opportunity to get these recruits early on, to ensure that we have the flow of viable candidates. I think that's extremely important. I was going to ask about tactical response going into the next school year. You answered that. I was going to ask about drones and UAV. You answered that, so kudos there. The only question that I would have is you've grown a lot over the past few years within the department, specifically with officers. Right now, are we fully staffed, or how many positions do we currently have open?
I have 3 current patrol positions open.
Okay.
And we have We have completed the backgrounds on 3. We had an interview with one this morning that, as soon as I get it approved through the city manager, that I will send him a conditional offer. The other candidate we were interviewing this morning called us and canceled the interview because she took a position at another department. The third candidate we finished background on, he's coming in next week, and we will interview him, and I don't foresee any issues or problems with him, bringing him on board. Tried to get him here sooner, but my schedule and his schedule didn't coincide with each other, so we set it up for Thursday next week. So hopefully within the next few weeks, we'll have 2 of the positions filled, and then we have a lot of candidates we're looking for every day. Somebody sends in asks for applications. So it's just the process of going through all the candidates and the applications and finding that right fit. So we are getting close to, I'm not going to say.
Knock on wood, right? Yeah.
We're getting close to being where we need to be.
Absolutely.
Every time I say that word, somebody leaves, and here we are again.
Of course, of course. Well, no, I appreciate that. That's good to hear. I think 2 other things for me. The pay is going to be a big thing. And as you mentioned, we might not be able to jump up to as competitive pay as other departments. So finding those auxiliary things that we can offer is going to be key. I know if we look at the City of Iowa Colony, while they start a little bit below us in officer starting pay, if you track that out over a certain amount of years, they end up more than where we're at. So, whatever we can do, whether it's a take-home vehicle program, which I know you and I have discussed previously whenever I was on council, those different things that we can do to make sure that you and your team have the support to keep those quality officers is going to be important to me.
I think if we look at start off with the incentives that we looked at, we can start looking at the cost of them, seeing how much that's going to cost to do that. And I think that would be the starting point. That's just my opinion. I think that would alleviate some of the burdens on some of the employees, because most of my employees are young. They're young men and women who have spouses, and some of them are starting to raise their families now. And it's with the cost of everything right now, it's just they're struggling. And so, if there's some ways we can look at helping, or not helping, but offering the incentives that will keep our qualified people that we've invested time in, that will keep them here, that is the whole goal. If we can't invest in our people and try to keep our people here, then we're just going to be a revolving door to these other cities who are reaching out and stealing them out from under me. And that's what's happening right now. Last year, Alvin Police Department got a huge pay increase. We're talking $5 an hour, 90%, but $5 an hour in some areas. And that's huge when you start looking at that. So, and they offer all kinds of incentives. If you look at that spreadsheet, that's one of the things that draws people to them is those incentives. When they test 60 to 70 people at a time. We test as they show up. So, I mean, that's just the difference in the competition we're looking at right now.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, Chief. Council, any comments, questions? Councilman Lance? Yes, sir.
This is a fantastic write-up, Keith. This is my wish list. And I really like what you have here. And obviously, pay is a big thing for me, too. We've got to squeeze the turnip and get the pay up and all these other things that our police officers need. I do have a couple of questions. I noticed on the arrests estimated for this year versus last year, it's quite a jump. Is there any reason or what is the thought process on that?
A lot of these arrests, and I probably should have prefaced this a little bit, because when we changed over our records management system, there are some things that we had to do to document specific arrests. In other words, if we arrest somebody for an out-of-county warrant or another agency or somebody local, we have to document that with a report and an arrest report. Anytime we take somebody in custody, then we have to document it with an arrest report and an offense report. When back in the day, say if we stopped somebody who had warrants for Pearland, we would just call Pearland, they would meet us up John's Country Inn or somewhere, and we would just transfer, and there was no documentation.
Okay.
So what we're having to do now is just to make sure that we're documenting everything, that when the officers make an arrest, it goes into an arrest module, not a booking module, but an arrest module, to show that we took somebody into custody and they were transferred to another agency. And that's where it comes in. If you'll see the arrests probably don't coincide with our offense reports, because when we calculated the offense reports, we took that basic report out because we reported criminal offenses, not just what we call an information report. And that's basically what that is an information report. So the arrests are going to start being a little bit higher. We also started looking at, we're part of Harris County system. It's called CETSIC. I don't know, Southeast Texas Information Center. Got it. Which basically is a database that all municipalities put their local Class C warrants into. So whenever they stop somebody, they run a driver's license, we might get what we call a CETSIC hit out of Pasadena, out of Harris County, out of somewhere else, that we have to take this, well, we don't have to, but we usually take them into custody, transfer them to that other agency. We usually meet on the side of the road somewhere, but that arrest has to be documented. So that's where that number has jumped up that significant.
Okay, so it's not necessarily the number of physical arrests we see coming in a huge swarm. It's
Correct.
documentation is changing.
Now, we have, our arrests for DWIs, illegal narcotics and stuff like that, that has gone up. But as far as any, if, you'll start seeing these reports coming out that Michelle does, that is called our NIBRS report. That's a National Incident Based Reporting System. And what you'll see on that is what we call our index crimes. Those are the major crimes, like your arson, your burglary, your assaults, and such as that. Those are the major crimes that we have to keep reporting. We have to report to the FBI.
Okay,
So those are the ones that are, all of them are concerning, but those are the major ones that we really have to report. These arrests, the CETSIC and all that, those are just Class C misdemeanors. Those are traffic tickets. The other ones are felonies and above,
okay,
felonies, so.
okay. Bear with me, I just have a couple more.
Sure.
The community relations officer, will that one person be the one making the are you okay calls?
Yes.
Okay. And then if there's an issue, that person will report it to dispatch?
They get with dispatch, and then we'll send a unit out to do a welfare check.
Okay. And these drones, just curiosity, how large are these drones? Okay, they're pretty small.
Yeah, they're the, DJI drones.
Okay.
DJI, they have probably some of the best drones we use for law enforcement. One of our drones is set up for 3D video, which helps us with our scene investigations, crash reconstructions. It actually produces, our operators go out and they just fly a pattern, and they come back and they plug it in the computer, and it gives you a 3D visual of
Okay.
that scene. The other one's set up, they're all set up for video, but the other one's set up for video and thermal. And that's, if you monitor our page, we like posting those out there, because it helps us find, even night, day, it doesn't matter, it picks up that thermal image and it helps us find.
And this one that's for severe weather, it's been proven that it's made for that?
Yes.
Okay,
Matter of fact, Pearland PD just bought one.
okay,
And they've got theirs in service, and they launched theirs from the top of their police department.
okay. All right, and kudos on the animal control officer. Thank you.
Any other comments from council?
Yeah, just a comment that when you use the term right fit in terms of recruiting, I like that.
Thank you.
Councilman Perry?
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Definitely happy to see that you've taken mass casualty incidents into consideration. Definitely the animal control also is a good point. With And budgeting is also an issue because we do want to make sure that we get into funds to pay the officers the right pay, make sure that we're properly staffed. One of the things that I'm curious, have we started doing an overview of, with the growth, with the diversity, for instance, do we have anyone on staff, or are we considering that would be able to deal with a mental health situation? You know, if you find yourself, and if the officers find themselves in a unique situation where someone has a mental health disorder.
Fortunately for us, we are so close to the Houston metro area that our hospitals are less than 5 minutes away. To answer your question, we haven't gone that direction yet as far as getting mental health officers or getting someone trained in that. Not saying we can't, not saying we can't look at, but we have mental health deputies that work out of Missouri County Sheriff's Office. And with us being so close, it's easy for us to contact the EMS services. They come, they transport them to Pearland. And then from Pearland, they go to the different areas from there. So it's really easy for us. It's not like when I worked in the south end of the county and you're 20, 30 minutes away from
Right.
a bed, as they call it, and you call the mental health. Well, mental health, I don't have room for them. I don't have any beds for them. It's so much easier for us when we have someone in mental health crisis that we are able to, we work with the ESD. They bring the ambulance out. The officers are authorized to submit or authorized to write out what we call emergency detention orders. They go straight to the hospital, they submit an emergency detention order, and then the hospital staff takes it from there.
Okay, so you're comfortable that we have a strategic plan in place to deal with that?
We have a plan in place, but we can be better. Being better meaning once we start getting, I mean, you read off the list of everything everybody does. Once we start getting staffed up better, it's my plan and my goal, as we start expanding, we get into the new police department, that's where the divisions and that's where the separations of control are gonna go. That's when we start looking at further separation and further specific training for these divisions.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Sarmiento.
Thank you so much for such a in-depth presentation. I took a million notes. I have a million questions, but for the sake of time, I'm going to ask about the ones that really stood out to me. Just for reference sake, I love this graph where you notated the 22 surrounding police, what would you say, agencies around us. And something that really just stands out to me is you said something a few moments ago that the current staff, the police officers, are young. What percentage of them would you say have families?
I'll probably say close to 95%.
95% of them have families.
Recently, this year alone, we've welcomed three babies.
Well, congratulations to
Not us, not me.
the families who welcomed the 3 babies.
But
Yeah.
our officers, we've had three, their wives had three, we've had 3 children.
Okay. So with that being said, how expensive is it to give birth to a baby this day and age?
Lord, I hadn't done that.
It's a lot. The reason I'm asking is because when I look at this list here, there's 0 coverage for family members of our police officers. And as a mother and a wife, I know how hard it is to give birth and not have proper coverage. And from my understanding, if our police officers are there to protect and serve, I'm pretty sure that it's an innate desire to protect and serve their own families, right?
To clarify, they do have dependent coverage, it's just not covered by the city.
That's right. They have to pay for it completely out of
Individual
pocket?
until it comes out of their pocket.
Okay. So when I look at this list here, of the 22 agencies, 1, 2, 3 have 0% coverage. That's us. We're one of those 3. And that to me, I would like to see what we can do to increase that. To me, when we look at employees and staff, your family is part of you. It's part of that human capital. It's part of what incentivizes them to come. They're going to jump ship if their family, if they have to pay out of pocket. And then when you look at their salaries, I can't imagine doing the math of a starting salary of $58,000. We'll cover you, but we can't cover your wife and your baby that's on the way. If we want to attract people, I'm on board with incentivizing and looking at a budget, looking at ways to compensate for that. And I do see other ones on here that are 50% pay, 55% pay, HMO 69%, dental, vision 100% for families, but 50% for medical. But what's shocking to me is that Sweeney Police Department, we're right there with them. Manvel is the city on the rise, and we need to have I would like to see our families covered under that. If that's anything we do to increase pay and incentivize, I really want to look at those numbers and see a way to add coverage to that, if that's possible. The second thing I noticed is that 18 of the 22 that are listed here offer some type of degree pay. Can you explain that? What type of degree do they offer pay for?
Education pay is based off of your degree. I don't have numbers on, because each city is going to be different. It's the same thing with our certification pay. Certification and education pay is two different things. Certification pay is for the license the police officer holds. Education pay is for their degrees they hold, whether it's a applied science 2-year degree, whether it's a 4-year degree, bachelor's in what it is, or it's a master's degree. It's just an incentive for persons to come here who have actual degrees.
Absolutely. Would you agree that having an educated force helps with decision making the right calls? How does that really affect, or does it not, in your experience? I mean, I don't have that experience, but I did. That's what we're here for.
I have seen individuals with dual master's degrees that couldn't pour water out of a bucket.
I agree. See it every day.
I'm just going to say, we have hired people based off of dual master. Not here. This is back in my former life.
Okay.
With 2 master's degrees, so great, fantastic, you know. But then again, we get called with these questions like, I'm going, you should know this. You don't even know how to write.
Yeah.
You write like you've been typing on your texting. Recently here, I hired a guy that, he's no longer with us. This has been several years ago. He came to us. Everything looked great on paper. He was a lieutenant, Rosenberg. I shouldn't have said that. But everything was great on paper. Master's degree, went to the FBI Academy, went through the limit training, same thing I went through. But yet his experience in law enforcement was just that. It was just paper. It wasn't anything law enforcement. And I've said this before, in the world of law enforcement, you can have all the degrees in the world, but that doesn't mean that's going to make you the officer that we need.
I agree with that in the corporate and the business sector and in the world.
I mean,
In general.
Our world works around common sense.
That's right.
And if you can't utilize common sense, then you can have all the degrees in the world. Degrees are good, don't get me wrong. Degrees are good, and I applaud people that stick it out and they get them. It's just, sometimes that these degrees are specialized, and what I'm seeing nowadays, and again, I'm gonna step out there, I'm seeing people that come in with degrees that think they should be supervisors within their first or second year. And it's like, and they leave, I wasn't made in their 2 years, and I ain't made a supervisor position yet. Well,
You got to pay your time.
there's a payment you gotta make.
Yes, sir.
So,
Okay, so the reason I asked that was simply because I just wanted some type of understanding if that would help you in any way. Is that something that you would request or not? And whatever the answer is, the answer is. But I wanted to know because of the 22, 18 of them. So that's part of it embodies part of that incentivization to attract quality staff, employees, officers, and that type.
Now, take in mind, the examples I gave you are not everybody.
Exactly.
These are just some things that I've run across in my career that, sometimes you have all the degrees in the world, but if you can't put that common sense into practice, then the degrees just really don't do anything.
Agreed. So let me ask just a couple more questions for the sake of time. I see things like bilingual pay. Of those, 17 offer them. It's always good to have, obviously, bilingual speaking officers. That's always great. If we can incentivize them, that would be great. But of these here, what would be your top ask? So what's listed here is the cadet program. I would say that's one of the ones you asked about. Sign-on bonus. We do no cadet program, no sign-on bonus. Health and dental insurance for the employee is 100% paid, so we're already there. Pretty much everyone down except League City and Webster don't pay 100%. Then the health and dental, we have 0% there. Equipment and uniform allowance, there's none of those. Of the 22, 12 offer it, 10 don't. Certificate pay, every single one offers it. And then again, 18 offer the degree pay and 17 bilingual pay. So which would be your number one ask? Cadet program or all of them?
Well, the cadet program doesn't help the current staff we have right now.
Okay.
So I don't think that would be on the top of the priority. It's a good program to have. And again, it's not going to be one of those programs that we use with every employee,
Okay.
because what we try to do is we try to look at a diversity, I guess you would say, with our employees, whether we hire experience, we hire people come straight out of the academy. People come straight out of the academy need to get their chance at this profession. I got mine, everybody else did too. So we try to look at, I try to look at how many people we've hired that don't have experience. And then we look at the people who, one we interviewed today has 18 years of experience. The one we're going to look at next week has the same amount. So, but the one we were hiring have interviewed and doing background, she has none. So we try to keep that diversity in there. So the cadet program is one of those one-off things that we won't be using for everybody. The incentives we're looking at, which would help everybody out, is going to be the health benefits, the
Sign-on bonus?
a sign-on bonus. Now, there's contracts, or I say contracts, that's not a good word. There are employment agreements with sign-on bonuses, which basically it's not paid all that at once. It's paid over a period of time. So in other words, they come sign on, they get say half of it, and then if they make it through their probationary period, then they get the other half. So it's not a one-time $20,000 like Baytown does, sign-on bonus. It's broken out through different years. The longer you stay, the more you're going to achieve that. But it's not what everybody thinks it is, that you get $20,000 for coming to us. But even like Alvin offers a moving incentive that if you, it's not on here. Some things I didn't put on here. This is just my top picks. They have an incentive bonus that if you're hiring somebody from out of state, they give them like $3,000 to $5,000 to help them move down here. So, there's all kinds of things. And for me to sit here and say and prioritize which ones, I would have to really sit down and look at it and have a discussion with my staff to see what our priorities would be when it comes to this list, and that's something I can do.
Yeah. Well, I would like to see at least some type of coverage for the families. For me, as a mother and a wife, seeing zero coverage there just doesn't sit with me. And I'm pretty sure if we asked the citizens or council, they would agree.
And then again, what we can look at is we can sit down and look at, we can prioritize and figure out these incentives that we want to look at, and we can come up with a cost analysis of what it would take based off the incentives. And we can give multiple options, option 1, 2, and 3 to look at the different areas, but then again, it's all going to be based off.
Budget, finance, yep. Okay.
We can come up, this was just, I'm throwing an idea to y'all, this is what we're looking at. There are certain items that we absolutely need. There are certain items that can help us out. I could have gone another 45 minutes to an hour talking about what we need, what we're looking at, but these are just what we feel are the most important to help us build the department that we're trying to build for the city.
Wonderful. Thank you for answering those questions, Chief.
And Chief, I think with the comments that you've heard tonight, I'm sure there'll be more. I would encourage council to reach out to the chief and city manager, and when we get into budget season, we'll look through those as well. But as we forecast out, not just this year, but future years as well, it's saying, okay, if we could do everything at once, here's what it is, and then let's phase into it. So Chief, appreciate your presentation tonight. And I know we had community services that was going to go, but we're out of time. So appreciate you being here. What we'll do is we'll roll you over to our next meeting so you have 2 more weeks to prepare. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to close this workshop at 6:02. If you guys can just give us we'll take a 3 or 4 minute break. There's coffee in the back for anybody that wants coffee. Thank you, Tammy and the team. And then we'll reconvene here in a few minutes. All right, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. We are now calling this regular session of the City of Manvel City Council meeting to order at 6:08 p.m. We have a quorum. We have 7 of 7 members in attendance. And the first item that we have is the ceremonial swearing in of David Lands, Council Member Place 2. So David, if you can please join me up here, and any family members you would like as well. You two brothers? Brothers? Oh, yeah. I could tell you guys look. All right, we got the full family here. All right, so David, if you can please raise your right hand for me. I'm going to have you repeat after me. I, say your name,
I, David Lands,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of the City Council Place 2 of the City of Manvel,
of the City Council Place 2 of the City of Manvel
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will do to the best of my ability
and will do to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and the laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
and the Charter
and the Charter
and the ordinances of this city,
and the ordinances of this city.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. While Councilman Lands makes his way to his seat, the next item on the agenda is an inspirational reading from Councilmember Acree.
Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts.
Thank you, sir. And then we have the invocation tonight. Pastor Stuart Martin is going to be leading us in the invocation. Thank you for being here, Pastor.
Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. We thank you that we're able to meet and gather in this city and talk about the business of this city. I thank you that, Lord God, that the wisdom that they need to guide this city, that you'll give it to them. And as they progress to go forward and to move forward, that Heavenly Father, that they would know that this is not for this time, but it's for the future of our families and ahead in this life. I thank you that, Father God, that the decisions that they make was not just affect them, that it's going to affect others in this community. And I pray for the unity of the council and the workmen and all the people that work for this city. I ask your blessing upon them. And I thank you for their time and that they give to this city. And I ask you that you'd add back to their time and the responsibility that they take, that, Lord God, that they're taking it and they're moving forward and helping us in this city to breathe what we can be and together. And I thank you for the unity in this city coming back together and the responsibilities that we all share together. Bless them and keep them, I ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And Pastor, how long have you been a pastor in this community? Almost 30 years. Wow, I appreciate that. Thank you for serving this community. All right, so we now have a public hearing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the description for this public hearing. We will then open it. I'll do 3 calls for any speakers for the public hearing, and then we will close it. So the public hearing is to hear input from the public regarding an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning ordinance of the city by amending the zoning classification of 0.8616 acres located at 7218 North Masters Road, Manvel, Texas, from light commercial district to light commercial district with specific use permit, providing for the granting of a specific use permit with conditions to authorize the existing use of property for 621210 offices of dentists, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing a penalty in an amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. So we will open this public hearing at 6:14 p.m. and I will do the first call for anybody that wishes to speak on this public hearing. Second call, and third call. So with no speakers, we will close this public hearing at 6:14 p.m. We now have public comments, and we have quite a few public comments here. So we have one that was submitted through email, which I will read. The rest I will call up. For those that are speaking here in person, just as a reminder of our council rules and procedures, I will call your name. Please approach the microphone, state your name and address. You then have 3 minutes to give your public comments, and then at that point, we will ask that you take your seat back in the audience. So the first public comment comes from Leanne Hickman, 9302 Acorn Drive, regarding the separation agreement for Kyle Young. And she writes, "A city budget is to support maintenance and employee wages of that city. I can understand having an additional amount of money set aside for emergencies, but when the budget allows for the purchase of land for pet projects, this leans towards corruption. As most people are currently living paycheck to paycheck, to know that our city is building up funding to support these projects is outrageous. We are already being taxed beyond the norm. Now we are finding out that we are being used as a cash cow for projects we had no say-so or input whatsoever. City taxes should not run us out of our homes. Yet many people are at a point where that's exactly what may happen. We were a quaint small town at one time. Why would anyone conceive of the idea that we should become a super city to compete with the larger cities? And then some is beyond me. And all of this points to the possibility of corruption. The city charter was written to avoid this very thing. Yet here we are, seeing that we were once again placed in the position of city leaders abusing their rights to purchase at will whatever they wanted with our taxpayer monies." The first public speaker that we have is Adrian Gaspar. And you have 3 minutes, Mr. Gaspar. Thank you for being here tonight.
I want to congratulate the new council, the freshman council. And if you guys look to your right and to your left, you're going to notice that none of the incumbents are here, because a majority to me is 51%. 51% of the people of Manvel that voted for you, and if you even won by 1 vote, you got the majority, are sick and tired of high taxes and spending. And I'm not referring to the police department, because that's our safeguard. The old council, the incumbents, tried to redeem themselves by not approving the contract of the city manager. And I'm sure it would happen now after the election. I want you guys to remember this. Do not lose your ways. You are placed here by the people to work for the people. You're not here, and when you hear the word, do the right thing for the city, that means you're screwing the citizens. I'm not talking about do not compromise. But you're elected by the people to work for the people, not for the city. And my end remarks is, I trust that each and every one of you will do the right thing for the citizens of Manvel and not for the city. The city haven't done much for us, but spend our tax money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaspar. The next speaker that we have is Garrett Knox. Thank you for being here, Garrett.
everyone. My name is Garrett Knox. I've been a resident of Manvel for 21 years, my entire life. I know many of you, and I was going to make a big speech and come up here and say this and that. I'm just going to keep it short. We, and most people here, these are my friends and family and neighbors, we are asking that you vote yes on the separation agreement. We put you people here, 4 of the 7 of you are brand new. We came out and voted for y'all because we wanted change, and to vote the same way and keep things the way that they are, I think is inappropriate. I think that is a continuation of the way things are. And we came out and voted in historic numbers this last election because we wanted change. And so I hope that you will vote in favor of this and not violate people's trust. So thank you.
Thank you, Garrett. The next speaker that we have is Jamie Pennock. Thank you for being here, Jamie.
Did I push this button? Yep. Can you hear me?
It needs to be green.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Jamie Pennock. I live at 6925 Lewis Lane here in Manvel, just right over there. I've been a resident for 47 years now, and I've watched this city change a lot over the last 20 years, I think, is when we started seeing a lot of growth. I'm just like Garrett said, I was going to go on, but due to time constraints and not being a very eloquent speaker, I just decided to say that I do think that all of you are going to make a great group of council members for our city. And I hope and pray that you do the right thing for us going forward, because I haven't been happy with what's been happening in the past. And I also support the separation agreement of Kyle from the city, and I hope that you all vote the same way as a team. Support the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. The next speaker that we have is Milan Miller. Thank you for being here.
Mayor and Council, my name is Milan Miller. I reside at 18902 Lake Ridge Drive. I've been here 2 years. And I did not realize that there was an issue about separating from the city manager tonight. I simply came to City Hall to talk to an inspector about a piece of property that we're interested in purchasing and building a home on, only to find out we don't have an inspection person. We contract out or something to that effect, and I get a phone call trying to work it out over the phone, where I don't know about y'all, but most of us retired folks would like to sit down and talk person to someone, especially when you're looking at spending a lot of money on a piece of property. Anyway, with that being said, I started looking up only to find out that I need to congratulate Mr. Jung on his ability to get the salary you're getting, because it's, according to records, 564% above the Texas average city manager salary. And I applaud you for that. I wasn't here to do anything more than say, if separation is what needs to happen to get that salary back to where it belongs and get this city back in the right position, let's put the money over at the police department to where we can draw quality officers that need the insurance that the council lady was speaking of. When you make a call to the PD, you want somebody you can depend on. And I think we need to take care of those people. Please, as new council members, congratulations to all. Please communicate with your departments, know what their needs are, and put your money where it needs to be to save the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. My apologies for mispronouncing your first name. So my apologies. Mylan, yes, sir. The next speaker that we have is Mr. Robert Johnson. Thank you for being here, sir.
Good evening. I'm Robert Johnson. I reside at 8514 East Cherry Circle. Excuse me, I'm coming down from a cold, but I'm not contagious. But first, I want to congratulate all the newly elected council people and remind you, you are working for the people. I'd like to speak to you on two items tonight. One, item 2, the separation agreement. My big concern, I've lived inside the city limits over 40 years. Councilman Acree and I go back a ways to the old fire department and everything, and so I've seen a lot of growth through the city. But the separation agreement between the city and the city manager, I would like to remind you that I have no problem with paying for accrued vacation time that he is not taking or anything, but there should not be a big payout to buy his contract out. I believe he is overpaid for his position right now. We don't need to throw good money after bad in buying his contract out early. If worst case scenario, let him work out his contract and separate at the end of the contract. But we should not spend any extra money to buy his contract out and buy any unused time that he has not earned yet. Second item I would like to speak about is on 7, the discussion update on the Jordan drainage project. I'm not sure what Councilman Acree and Councilman Opplinger has in mind on that, but from my understanding, the design criteria has never been fully worked out between the drainage district and the county and the city. And no other funds should be expended on that until that criteria is spelled out for all entities' agreement to know what we're looking at as far as how it's going to be funded and how it's going to be done. There have been too many projects in the past where I think the city in the past has flown by the seat of their pants and wound up having to spend much more money to finally get it right than having a design criteria to start with and have a good plan to start with before you start spending money on something. So, thank you, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, sir. And the last speaker that we have tonight is Miss Abby Sarmiento. Thank you for being here, Abby.
Oh, hear me? Okay.
You're gonna have to speak up just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I have something positive to say. My name is Abriela Calvia Sarmiento, and I am the founder of Abby's Shoe Foundation and the owner. Abby's Shoe Foundation is a way that we raise money and we buy top brand shoes for kids that are a little bit on more of the need side. And we buy shoes that they're proud to wear. We are raising money, and our goal is $5,000. So far, we have $1,000. And I would like to partner with City Council of Manvel to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Appreciate you being here. And I would love to see, Brooke, if we can partner with Abby here to promote that out. And Abby, I know a little bit about your foundation. My family and I believe in it. And I actually have a check for you from my family tonight that I'd like to give you here. So if you can come take this real quick. Thank you for what you're doing. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you. And then everybody, in my haste and excitement to do the public hearing, I skipped right over the pledge. So if you would please join me in standing. First, to the American flag, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to the Texas flag, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, everyone. The next item that we have on the agenda is the city manager update. Kyle?
Certainly. Mayor and council members, I just wanted to give you a little bit of sort of bullet points. You talked a lot about the police department and the budget, and you're going to be working on that in the upcoming meetings until August 1st when you get the proposed budget. In May of 2011, the citizens voted to adopt a home rule charter and adopt the council manager form of government. 63% of the voters voted in favor of that form of government. There's a requirement in state law that you have to have 5,000 people in order to vote on a home rule charter. The estimated population today is over 18,000. So you've gone from 5,000 to 18,000 since 2011. In 2012, the total taxable value in the city, all of the taxable value in the city was $361 million. The estimated value you have right now is about $2.1 billion. So it's gone up 6 times since 2011. In 2012, the city's general fund balance was just around $2 million. As of your last audit, you had $8.4 million in the general fund balance. In 2012, the general fund's budget expenditures was around $3 million. Now you're at a little over $12 million in that same time period. From 2012 to 2023, the city has issued 2,167 new home permits. 2,100 new home permits. The city has approved more than 20 development agreements and amendments and approved 3 major planned unit developments. Those are called PUDs. One of those PUDs is the Manvel Town Center, which obviously includes the city's first grocery store, H-E-B. The city has adopted or revised the following master plans since 2012. The comprehensive plan, the thoroughfare plan, the water plan, the wastewater plan, the drainage plan, the parks plan, the capital improvements plan, and the impact fee plan. The city has contracted and purchased the rights to 3,700 acre feet of surface water from the Brazos River Authority that will provide water for the future needs of the city. The city council purchased 160 acres and approved a preliminary design for the Manvel Municipal Athletic Complex. The city purchased 57 acres down on South Masters at Uzell for future water and wastewater utility facilities. The city received a AA+ bond rating, and it's been confirmed by Standard & Poor's, and this rating is only topped by the top AAA rating. And in 2012, the city had 30 employees, and right now you have 91. So that's kind of the growth that has happened since 2012, and I just kind of wanted to put that into perspective. That's what I have for you.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate that. We now have the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion from council? All those in favor? All those opposed? Consent agenda unanimously passes 7-0. We now have an executive session. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, and duties of a public officer or employee, Kyle J. Young, City Manager. And Kyle and Bobby, if you can please join us. Thank you. Council will now reconvene from executive session ending at 7:51 p.m. We have the first item on the agenda, and we're going to group the first and second item together, so I'll read both of those. Consideration and possible action to approve Ordinance 2023-0-22, an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget to account for expenses in the administration budget for a separation agreement between the city and city manager. And agenda item number 2 is consideration and possible action to approve and authorize the mayor to execute the employment separation agreement between the city and city manager Kyle Young. So just to introduce this item, and then I'll make a motion, get a second, open it up for comments if there are any. The city manager has submitted a separation agreement for city council to consider tonight. In order to do that, we need to make sure that the budgetary appropriations are there to fulfill the terms of the agreement. So what is before us tonight is an immediate separation based off of the terms of the agreement. So I will make a motion that we approve agenda item number 1 and agenda item number 2. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any comments from council? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 6-1. And with that, I wanted to say, Kyle, thank you for your years of service to the city. We wish you nothing but the best. And at this point, Kyle will see himself from the meeting. So just as a procedural point with that action, Dan Johnson is now the interim city manager acting city manager as we go throughout the process of moving forward to look for somebody to permanently fill that position according to an ordinance that was passed in 2020. With Dan being the assistant city manager, he is now stepping into that role and fulfilling those duties. So with that, we will move on to agenda item number 3, which is consideration and possible action on the appointment of a mayor pro tem to serve for 1 year. And with this, one of the things that we are going to be doing, council, moving forward is rotating through who holds the title of mayor pro tem. It is an honor, in my opinion, to hold that title, and I want to make sure that each council member has the opportunity to hold that title and to fulfill the roles and responsibilities with that title. And so with cycling through and having a new mayor pro tem for each year moving forward, I thought who would be the first one to put there. And with Councilmember Jerome Hudson being the longest consecutively serving member of City Council, I reached out to him and asked if he would give me the honor and the City Council the honor of stepping into that role as mayor pro tem. And Councilmember Hudson expressed to me that he would be willing to hold that title. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to appoint Councilmember Jerome Hudson as mayor pro tem.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Unanimously passes 7-0. Congratulations, Councilman. We now have agenda item number 4, which is consideration and possible action to approve a request for a modification to the design criteria manual for the property located on the south side of Highway 6, approximately 1,200 feet west of the intersection with State Highway 288. Dan?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So we, for our newer council members, we do have what's called the Design Criteria Manual. We've had that manual since 2008, and we've updated it every year, at least once a year since then. And there are all kinds of information in there, standard details as far as water, sanitary, paving, storm sewer, drainage requirements. It's a pretty inclusive document, but again, we updated it each year just based on new design criteria, new methods, whatnot. And this is probably as far as we can remember on staff, this is the first time a design criteria modification has actually gone through the whole traps. And what I mean is, just like there's no perfect ordinance, there's no perfect design criteria, there's always something that could come along and challenge that, what we have written. And the process is that if an engineer, a perfect example that we always use, say if we have a minimum pipe size for culverts, and their ditch is so shallow that that culvert would be sticking up out of the ground. It's not practical to do that, even though that's our minimum pipe size. Well, an engineer might say, hey, let me put two smaller pipes next to each other, still carries the same amount of water. It's a design criteria modification, no problem. Those get approved, reviewed and approved by the city engineer. If the city engineer does not approve it, then the process is they go to PD&Z for a recommendation to city council, and then ultimately city council makes the determination one way or the other. So again, I think this is the first time that one has gone through the whole process. This particular one is in regards to pumped detention. I believe we talked about this about a month ago, I guess it was. The request came from Mr. Rayner, and I think his whole team's here so they can talk about it. Basically, they would like to have pumped storm sewer detention on their property. Their property is just under 4 acres. And I think I want to let Jessica kind of run with the details of it. Is that okay? Yeah.
That is fine. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is an application for a design criteria modification. This is for property that's about 3.76 acres. It is located on Highway 6, and that's going to be on the west side of 288 and 6, on the south side of 6, across from Manvel Town Center's area. It's located in a flood zone X. It is zoned light commercial with a state Highway 6 overlay district. The property owner intends to develop this commercially. And if you look at Scheme B and Scheme C that were attached with the reports, it's showing retail development and quick service restaurants as a possibility for that site. The design criteria manual, according to Section 5, Drainage 1.04G5A, states that pump detention or floodplain mitigation facilities are not allowed. It's also stated in Section 5, 2.02F, that pump systems for detention or floodplain mitigation are not allowed. The application for the modification that Dan spoke about through this process was submitted to the city engineer, and that was not approved. It then went to the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission at their last meeting. Things to consider that staff would like to bring to your attention is currently the way we look at drainage, it's based on gravity. On-site stormwater drains by gravity flow to on-site detention facility, and then it's released by gravity flow from the detention facility at a restricted rate. Pump detention systems rely on mechanical devices to function. Mechanical devices fail. Power outages also occur during storm events that we have, and mechanical failure is always a possibility considering that we live in southeast Texas and are prone to hurricanes. Risk of malfunction for pump detention can be due to poor maintenance by the owner, and these systems are maintained privately by the owner. Since we don't allow pump detention, the city does not have any criteria as far as for inspections or any sort of routine maintenance where we would get a report on how that pump system was operating. It's man-made. Pumps are man-made, so everything has a lifespan. We just wanted to bring that to your attention. Failed pumps could cause damage not only to the property owner, but it could be to the neighboring properties throughout the city in the event that we had a flooding within the city. Pumps rely on several components that work in a time frame to be efficient in a rainfall event. We cannot ensure that a pump wouldn't be altered after installation if approved by the council. There can be a physical failure with access to pumps during a storm event, and you wouldn't be able to have any sort of communication devices or that would be operating, or you may have road conditions where someone couldn't get to the pump. It was mentioned during the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission that in the event of a disaster, and if we had road conditions, that it wouldn't be feasible for someone to come back and have attention to that pump, that there are different tiers when coming back in the event of emergency. Your tier 1, your tier 2, and your tier 3. How you allow your residents back in your city, and what are those important things to think about. If the pump detention's granted, we'd like for you to consider that this could potentially result in other requests for pump detention, and then also if there were to have multiple failures throughout the city, what would the ramifications be during a storm event? The Planning, Development, and Zoning discussion that took place on June 12th centered a lot about the size of the property and constraints. since this is a 3.67 acre site, the possibility of not being able to get the full development of the site as seen by the developer. We'd like to point out that we do have smaller sites in the city that have been developed with this drainage criteria that are smaller. Bighorn Barbecue across the street, 1.86 acre site with detention without pump. Wendy's has a 1.3 acre site if you count the shared detention that they have with Judge Culling's office. So those are also on smaller sites. There was lots of discussion about gravity and how that works, and gravity doesn't fail, but the pump systems can fail. There was discussion with Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission about maintenance responsibility of the overall system. As we stated, the city does not have any regulations for pump detention with allowing that, so we don't have any way to monitor. You'll find out from the applicant that Brazoria County Drainage District Number 4 does allow pump detentions in some circumstances and does do some, they do inspections and require some maintenance, but that's not something that the city would be necessarily be privy to. At that meeting for the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission, they did not recommend this variance request before you for the modification for the pump detention. And that was, the motion was a 2-4 from the Planning Development. So their recommendation to you is not to approve, as well as staff. Staff does not recommend approval of the DCM modification request brought before you.
Thank you, Jessica and Dan, for that overview. I believe that we have the applicants here tonight, as Dan mentioned. Would love to give them an opportunity to present to council.
I think I brought enough this time. Councilman Acker, you said something about having the courage to continue, and that's why I'm here. Just very appropriate inspirational reading. First off, I want to thank you again for allowing us to come and to make this request. It's getting kind of late for a council meeting, I guess. Certainly longer than the last two I was at. So really, really appreciate your guys' time and consideration of this. It became very apparent to me that there are a lot of misconceptions about what a gravity pump detention system is. It is not solely a pump detention system. It is a gravity pump detention system. And in any rain event, the pumps go off. So I'll let Scott get into the technicalities of that. And they are widely used not only by Brazoria County Drainage District Number 4, but by Brazoria County, by Pearland, by City of Houston, by everywhere. So this is not a highly unusual request that we're making. These are this is a very commonplace development tool that's used all over the state. I don't know another governing body that categorically denies any pump detention. I've done over 120 or so ground-up developments in my career. That's number one. But I want to start on something positive. I want to take you to 2695. If you'll look at the aerial photo right here, just kind of clean up some misconceptions on pump detention, gravity pump. If you look at this area, and I apologize, I probably should have done a better job. You'll see a little at Corey Road, which is County Road 58, Prestige Storage right beside Jeter Elementary School. There's a child care facility now between Prestige Storage and Jeter Elementary School. And that Prestige Storage is now public storage. But in 2015, that was 12 acres of really unsightly land. And we purchased it December 15th of 2015. And and by the way, it had a tax basis paid that year of $7,885.92. $7,885.92. is what our taxes are on our closing statement. We built an 80,000 square foot storage facility on that with a 3-acre gravity pump detention facility. We opened that facility in May of 2017. I don't know if you remember, but in August of 2017, matter of fact, August 17th of 2017, just a little over 2 months after we opened, Hurricane Harvey occurred. When Hurricane Harvey occurred, I was a little concerned, and I drove down here, and I found time and time again that our gravity pump detention system was performing beautifully. There was no problems with that facility, and it's, again, a 3-acre, 30-foot deep gravity pump detention system. I want to further say that when Kyle was mentioning that since he'd been here since 2011, that the overall tax increase was 6X. I want you to know that in 2000, I think it needs to be a win-win situation for me as a developer, for our group as a development company, and for the city, and so far it has been. In 2022, not on the daycare facility, because I didn't pull that up, but just on the storage facility that we developed, there was $151,353.69 paid in property taxes. That's a 21X. So I think, A, we did a good job meeting the needs of the community, and B, it provided considerable tax increase for the city. And I think that, to do that going forward, to meet the police chief's wish list, that it was called at one point, that tax revenue is always something that should be considered when you risk reward. I just plainly don't see the risk in pump detention if it's something that is this widely utilized in development. Moving on to our specific site, because we got some new council people who haven't heard me before. If you look at the second page, I sent this, emailed this letter to all of you. It was Scott's trying to explain what gravity pump detention exactly consists of. I'm not going to ask you to read that now if you didn't read it before. You may want to read it now, actually. But what I did is just kind of, and I've done this my third time to do this, on the first page of the ledger size, I laid out all the development hurdles that are associated with this property. And when you talk about another property in the city that, they figured out how to do gravity, I don't know where they were. Our problem is that Highway 6 is our discharge where we're going with this water, and that ditch is extremely shallow. TxDOT does allow pump detention. The ditch along Highway 6 is shallow, so that's why we can't just gravity flow the site. And it's kind of like Dan said earlier, that there's times where you need to allow somebody to put 2 pipes in the ground or have a modification because that design manual is not perfect. If it was perfect, whoever wrote it would be Einstein genius. So there are numerous development hurdles with this. We've got right-of-ways that were platted back in 1912. We've got to pull utilities across the street. We've got to go to TxDOT and get this curb cut taken care of. We can handle most of those. We can't get on first base, though, because you can't spend the dollars necessary to develop this 3.76 acres in any fashion just because of the overall expenses to get utilities, to get the drive, to get to put in the access easement that's also part of the design manual. You have to put an access easement with a paved, I think it's 24, 26-foot drive that parallels along Highway 6. There's just too much infrastructure cost that one would have to undertake. Only thing we could develop on there would be one small pad site, and on 3.76 acres, that doesn't work and never will work. The next 2 pages, and I put the tax bases on there, it's $19,000 is what the property taxes are currently. On the next page, I gave you a scenario where we talked to the fast food guys. One is Dutch Brothers Coffee. That's in the far east side of the property. They really want to be there. They've got to be open by 2025. We've got 2 other QSRs. We've talked to numerous, I guess the latest one that called me was Wendy's called me 2 weeks ago. I don't know if you're crazy about Wendy's. I grew up on them in Mississippi, loved them. But, what I want to emphasize here, we've had Firehouse Subs call us, we've had Kelsey Sebo say, can I buy the whole site and make it a clinic? We've had all these people. We've had Texas Children's come to us. We've done business with them before, because the next page shows a shopping center where we could have put them in as a tenant, but they have now elected to go across the street and signed a lease with Weitzman in the town center. I can't go out and aggressively market this, because I can't promise a retailer that they can come here unless I know that I can build it. That would take away all my credibility, our company's credibility as a developer. I will tell you that we do have a lot of people who do contact us about this site. Earlier this week, I took the opportunity to send you guys an email and kind of just highlighted what I thought. Again, I start sounding like a broken record to some of you, and I'm sorry about that. But I think it's going to bring quality, our development would bring quality retailers and service-oriented businesses to the city of Manvel. It's going to increase property taxes by an approximate $100,000, $818 in the initial year alone. Property taxes go up every year, as you know. And we're going to have a creation of somewhere between 45 and 55 permanent private sector jobs will be associated with the people working in these businesses, which I think every community needs more jobs. And there's going to be about a minimum, and I calculated this very easily off of 3 fast food establishments. If they were there and they're not doing $2 million a year each, then they're not very good. So there's going to be at least a minimum of a $6 million number in dollars added to the local economy just off of that development. Sales tax revenue of $495,000 per year. I think it'll improve the aesthetics of the property, because right now the property is just kind of a low-lying property with an oil field service drive on one side of it. So I think it would make it look a lot better. And then it's going to spur additional development, because I know that the credit union next door also wants to build. And it will not, and I'll repeat, it will not increase the potential for flooding, because our system holds this exact same volume of water that a 100% gravity system holds. And those are the design criteria. And it's just the first 25% of that water, no matter if it's gravity, well, matter of fact, gravity, the first 25% of the water that comes out is going to go into that ditch. It's going to gravity flow in there. So all the discussion of these pumps going down and all this, I just, it's sort of irrelevant. The pumps are going to be there to pump the bottom portion of the ditch out, and Missouri County Drainage District Number 4 has requirements in place where we have to submit, we have to get a third-party company 4 times a year to inspect the pump, inspect the detention system, send them a report. They require an escrow of the entire cost of the system in case we don't maintain it. They can come in and maintain it. And we've said that we would be more than happy to put backup generators on the property. I think it is a win-win for the city, for us, and I think it would put a lot of tax dollars in the coffers, and I haven't met a city yet that doesn't appreciate tax dollars. And lastly, and I'll let Scott, if you have a question, would be, it's on that side where there's, again, I've said this before, if I was asking you to do something in the middle of some residential subdivision to do this, I wouldn't have the audacity to do that. It'd be a 3.6 acre retail site that backs up, 100 feet of commercial property owned by the developer, Weitzman, across the street, directly behind us. Then there's a huge center point easement, and then there's railroad tracks. So I just don't see the threat here. We did it next to Don Jeter Elementary School, and it was successful. A much bigger facility, and it's going to be successful again. I need your support. I greatly appreciate you letting me talk about this with you, reading emails, and hopefully we can get this accomplished. Questions?
How you doing? Just want to clarify a couple of things. We talked about, or I heard maintenance on the pump detention system referenced several times, and that it's a private system. The city has no way of maintaining it. That's no different than a gravity system. If a developer doesn't maintain a private system, it overgrows, loses its capacity, the outfall pipe becomes plugged. The city is no different. The city doesn't have the authority to go and maintain that either. So just trying to relate that to one another. Again, just to clarify, this is a pump and gravity system. DD4, Drainage District 4, requires that the pumps do not run during a rain event. When the receiving channel is 25% full, the pumps are off. And the water will fill up and it'll gravity discharge just like a normal detention pond, okay? And those pumps will not kick back on until the rain storm has stopped, the rain event has stopped, the receiving channel has receded to below 25% capacity, then they will turn on and drain the bottom portion of the pond. You have any questions?
Well, thank you both for being here tonight and for that presentation. Any council or questions any comments or questions from council? Councilwoman Sarmiento.
Hello.
How you doing?
Fantastic. Okay, I have a lot of questions because I'm not an engineer and I need clarification on how this works. But the first thing that I like to look at is, do we have any solid data of where something like this pump detention failed in District 4 in Brazoria County? Is there some catastrophe that happened where something like this has failed?
Not to my knowledge.
Dan? Yes?
The
No?
one that I'm most familiar with was in Friendswood, which is why Friendswood adopted it. And as far as I know, they still have it. I was just looking to make sure it's still in their 2021 design criteria. So the city of Friendswood still has it. That was to partner up with Galveston County Consolidated Drainage District, who had it at the time. There was one lumber yard or Hope Lumber, or Pretz Lumber, I think it was called, and it failed during a big event. And that's it. From now on, never again will we let this happen. So that's the one that I know of.
Okay.
Of course, City of Houston, obviously the biggest one around here. New Orleans, of course, those are, like they said, different situations, but
Okay, and of the ones that are there, because what I hear, and I wrote notes saying Brazoria has it, Pearland has it, we are inside Brazoria. How many of them, do we have a rough number of how many have it and it's successful?
we don't, maybe half a dozen. There are not very many. The public storage that's near Wendy's and, Sonic and churches, there's one back in there, that public storage, they've got it. We've had some tough times trying to get them to keep it maintained and everything. That's one I'm familiar with. Obviously, he mentioned the one on the north side of 58. There are a few around that were there before we put it into our design criteria.
And those have not failed, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Nor did they fail during during Harvey?
Not to my knowledge,
Okay.
right.
Sure. That's all I wanted to know.
Any other comments or questions?
So the basis for this particular ordinance is it based upon your professional understanding and opinion as well as what happened in Friendswood? I'm just trying to get a basis for why. I'm listening to both sides.
Sure.
So.
This was a previous council, of course. It was right after Harvey, and they said, we want to make sure what happened, if you were familiar with anybody that lived in the Houston area, where they basically, folks that weren't even in the floodplain, it was after the event, and then all of a sudden they had to, release water downstream, so the whole neighborhood's flooded, and they were basically backed up by a levee, and there was a pump system involved. So a little bit different situation, but the council at the time just said, how can we be as conservative as possible? Well, that's one thing that we could do, is we could adopt, no pumped detention, no pumped floodplain mitigation. For the most part, a good example would be our detention pond next door to us. So it's as deep as it can possibly go because the outfall, the pipe that it goes into is only so deep. We could dig it out another 10 feet deep. It's going to fill up with water, so we would have to put a pump in there to keep sort of artificial detention capacity in there. We'd always have it as long as that pump didn't go out. If the pump went out, then it would come back up and you wouldn't have all of that capacity that you've created. That's a real world, example right there. People want to do that all of the time to try and create detention. It makes sense. If you're out falling into a 6-inch deep ditch or a 1-foot deep ditch, it's difficult. It's very difficult. There's no question about it. This particular one is, it's a little bit different. They don't have any neighbors to the south. Fortunately, BDD4 and TxDOT do have parameters. If you end up wanting to, we mentioned this to PD&Z, if it's something that you're considering approving, we do have a couple of conditions that we might recommend to you in your approval. If you want, if this is something we want to open the door back up, again, this was a previous council, maybe they were more conservative on that particular aspect, but maybe if we come up with some good provisions, we could put those in the next design criteria manual, in the manual itself. So if you're going to do pump detention, you got to do this, this, and this.
So the reason for the disapproval is because it was put into ordinance by the previous council.
Correct.
And the previous council put it in place because of the incident that happened in Friendswood. Somewhat. Oh, Houston and Friendswood.
Right, exactly, yeah.
I'm not sure, can we talk a little bit about Houston on what event that was? Are you talking about the Barkers and Addicts Reservoir?
Right, whatever it was.
Those aren't pumped. So they just allowed, they had to allow the discharge at the time because it was going to blow out the levee, and it was going to be a worse event. So that wasn't a pump system there.
Right.
And that's, if I'm not mistaken, is managed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah,
So they have that modeled. That was the best case scenario is to do this and flood this amount versus, 100% more.
For clarification, was the lumberyard open at the time, or was it closed? I think the lumberyard was
No idea.
closed, and there was no mechanism in place
Yeah.
for Friendswood, unlike Missouri County Drainage Report, who's going to make us escrow the money. Ours is never going to close, but a lumber mill. So there's totally apples and oranges we're talking about.
And that system is still operational right now in Friendswood. It's behind the Kroger's, I believe, that's there. Or the
Used to be a
24-hour
Kroger,
fitness,
right.
yeah. So it is still in operation.
With the right provisions of, emergency generators and those kind of things, then, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but if there are some extra design considerations perhaps, and I think that's what we were talking about in our recommendations that we mentioned to PD&Z.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Lands?
Yes. Just curious, it's really outside of your ballpark here, but I'm assuming that y'all have reached out to the people who own the land south of you?
Weitzman?
I'm not sure who, the little triangular piece between this piece and the train track?
That's owned by the same entity that owns Manvel Town Center.
Okay, so that's,
The little piece behind us is owned by them.
the little triangular piece, so that's probably not even an option as far as trying to,
Oh, no.
okay, all right. Call me a newbie.
No, that's okay. That's a great question, but no.
Because that's obviously going to be not used for anything once your development is done.
I want to make sure I'm telling you the truth.
This little piece right here, is that not a train track there? So-
Yeah, you had the.
The little triangular piece there?
Right behind us, this piece.
Yeah.
Right
About
behind us.
south, yeah.
That, just south of us.
Right.
For 100 feet, 150 feet is Manvel Town Centers.
Right.
They have 30 acres. And then there's the Center Point High Line and then the railroad.
Just curious, so y'all haven't discussed with them about, hey, can we make a deal on that little triangle?
I don't have that too much courage.
Okay.
It took them 20 or 30 years to get Manvel Town Storage
Right.
to the town center.
Well, you never know. Okay.
They're both 81 years old.
This retention, what are the engineering thoughts about having a berm around the entire 3 acres to help retain as well?
Can't get insurance.
Can't get insurance.
Yeah, think about that. FEMA. I don't know if it's.
So you'll get insurance on a pumped retention pond that's too small, but not,
When you say too small.
well, you're making it smaller than what the county really wants you to have, correct?
No, it had the
Exact
same volume.
of water.
Yeah.
Exact same. Deeper, picture drinking out of a coffee cup or a skinny glass.
Okay.
Put 8 ounces in both.
Okay.
We're not.
Okay, and
Same volume.
and y'all may have said, and I was deep in thought here, will the pump have a backup pump?
Yes, sir. It'll be a duplex system, so it'll be 2 pumps, and they'll alternate use. So, and if one of them fails, then the other one will be there to operate as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And you gotta emphasize again, and Dan said the pumps to catch that water below, 25% of that water is gravity flow.
Right.
That top 25% is always going out.
That's going to be similar to, there's a gas station going in there at Old Chocolate and Bailey or on the corner. They have, looks like they have a retention that's like, that has like a spillway coming off the top of it, but the retention's deeper. So it kind of looks like that. It's going to be,
Ours in the back, so you can't see it.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Sarmiento?
Okay, so my question's about, do we have any data, any case study about an existing property in Brazoria County that has failed? The answer was no. Secondly is I would like to talk about what happens with this property if we say no and it sits there without development, which I'm just going to say this. Gentleman approached us with public comments and said that we were voted in to help Manvel move forward, and I'm just going to say that. And so as a councilwoman and the future of Manvel's growth, is there any positives to have this land sit there undeveloped? Yes or no? Does anybody have any comments on that? Those are the things that I'm thinking about. What's the positive if we leave it the way it is? What's the negative? What I see as a positive is an increased revenue of taxes for us. We need them so we can take the burden off of our citizens as much as possible. Secondly, the positive is we get more businesses here and hopefully can help the reputation that, you know, we're a slow-growing city. So those are things that I'm thinking about. I do hear everything Jessica said. She said there's not this, there's not that. We don't have a maintenance program. Well, then what does it take to write one up? What you said, maybe if council said yes, we could look at some parameters and some things that would help mitigate some of those things. Would you guys be willing to meet them in the middle and say, well, what are your requirements? Yes, we're willing to do this. Or what are some hard no's?
I mean, the backup generator was the requirement, yes. And I've never been involved in, you can speak to this, with anyone as strict as BDD4 that says, hey, quarterly, you're going to send me a third-party report that says that your pumps, your pond is in good standing. That's pretty stringent, and we can say, copy city every time.
Yeah, DD4 also requires, as part of the plan approval, review and approval process, to have a maintenance plan implemented or drafted up, and the owner sign it, and then they actually take it and have it recorded, and it's part of the public records.
My last thing, what about these PD&Z recommendations, that, not PD&Z, but you added, the staff added these suggestions to be applied if allowing pump detention was to be considered. The natural gas emergency backup generator, you know, that laundry list. You feel confident that, in your professional opinion, you feel that that would be adequate to mitigate catastrophic failure?
I would definitely not agree to that statement right there. Yeah, no, I mean, candidly, right now, we have a former mayor in Friendswood, his words just, I'm just reminded of them. He said, sometimes you have to hold the line on people trying to put 10 pounds in a 5-pound sack. So that's what happens, not on this one necessarily. This is a pretty big site, actually, a 4-acre site. That's a beautiful thing to get to design. A lot of times you're less than 1 acre, and those are really difficult. It's not so much this one as just what does this state from this point forward? If this council is okay with pump detention, I mean, right now you have it. It's very conservative. There are very few other cities that require it. It's a great thing when you look back at Harvey and how bad Harvey could have been. You know, we were pretty conservative then as well. So from my professional opinion, I mean, you're conservative right now. Our regulations are conservative. I would recommend keeping that, but that's why we have this process. So it's not just one person, right? There's, how many did we decide? 14, 15 all together, right? Between PD&Z and the 7 of y'all and myself. So I hate to volley it back to you, but it's just, you know what, from a professional, you know, Scott's a professional as well. So, I mean, he's going to put his professional stamp on there. And if anything happens, that's who we call, not me.
I'll still put it on that now.
Anything else, Councilman? All right.
Keeps getting talked about gravity, the 25%.
The pumps go down, they're not operating during a rainstorm event. The receiving channel is 25% full. They're not operating, right? So you're storing up, and then the water surface gets up such that it starts gravity discharging like a typical pump. Those pumps won't kick back on until the storm event's over and the channel has receded.
Councilman Lance?
So that's a good point. Like you helped clarify a little bit for me. So storm happens, pond fills up. There's a portion there that's going to overflow. It's going to flow out gravity. So where's that going to go?
The roadside ditch. Yeah.
The road, pardon?
TxDOT's roadside ditch, yes, sir.
Okay. Just one more thing, just thinking outside the box here. This future JSC credit union is coming next to you, and then the Chevron next to that. Do you know where they are on their development? Have they even started or anything, or?
Well, the Chevron's there. And it's been on
Chevron's in there.
Okay.
I think Jessica has some insight for that.
We haven't spoken to JSC in a few years. I think probably back in my first year we were here, we spoke with JSC. So we haven't heard from them since. But I can tell you that every property between County Road 48 and 288 on this stretch of 6, besides Weitzman, we have spoken to somebody about development.
Okay.
We get it every day.
So is JSC going to have a retention pond issue as well?
JSC would have to follow the current design criteria modification, so opening everything up for pump detention would everybody, I mean, it wouldn't just be for this site if you put it in the design criteria manual, but yeah, granting it to one with terms and conditions would then, again, down the line of what we had stated in the staff report, that expect more requests or actual design, a change in the criteria.
And I guess a conversation of trying to do some kind of joint retention for a larger scale is pie in the sky right now. Even if you haven't not heard from JSC in quite a while.
We have not heard from JSC in a while. These sites have other things besides pump detention. These two sites, they want a certain access and cut on 6 to get better traffic flow onto the site. And I've probably spoken to Mr. Rayner for the last 2 years. And the pump detention is something that came up just in the last few months. But these sites have other issues that have, I would say, prohibited development from happening thus far. And let's be honest, the fact that Weitzman now has everything shaking and moving doesn't hurt that now all of a sudden somebody's maybe willing to put their neck out on the line to have something out there.
And I think I'll step in here for just a little bit. I think what we're considering here will set a precedent. You have to take each modification request on a case-by-case basis. But we have a lot of property that's undeveloped, that's south of Highway 6, that backs up to the railroad track. If council does vote to approve this tonight, I think one of our future agenda items will have to be modifying the design criteria manual in order to set a standard here. Because if we're going to consider this moving forward, we need to equip staff with the guidance, the firm guidance, where applicants do not have to pay to come before us in order to consider this. That way we give staff the tools for enforcement. We then support them in that enforcement. I think that there's a lot of opportunities with this property. I talked with our drainage district, specifically DD4, and got their perspective on it, what their requirements are. And now, while the money is good, while it will produce additional property tax and sales tax, and that should be a factor, as y'all mentioned, we can't just look past the safety side of things, which Councilman Perry, you mentioned at the last workshop when this was discussed, and I think you guys covered a lot of the safety aspects. And I know you guys spent quite a bit of time with PD&Z talking through it as well. I watched that meeting. I know we have a few PD&Z members that are here, and I stole some of the questions that they asked. And you guys have talked through a lot of those questions that I had, and I want to clarify just a few of them. You mentioned that DD4 requires reports. They have 4 times a year that you guys, whoever owns the property, y'all or whoever, would have to submit those reports to DD4. Is that something that is automated through the control panel? Or is that something where I think you mentioned you have to hire a third party that comes out, that generates those reports and then produces and provides them?
So the control panel has to be able to take record of when the pumps are running, how much they're discharging, and then you've got to be able to access that report and send it to DD4, whether it's the owner doing that or a third party. It just depends how you want to set that up. But all they care about is that the quarterly reports to make sure that it's running, it's not running too much and discharging too much water, right? Then we know we got a problem. So they keep an eye on those things.
Okay. And one of the things in talking with DD4, they said they try to get out to everything about a yearly basis, about once a year. And I talked with the commissioner of the drainage district and the chairman of their board. And one of the things, Dan, that he had mentioned is he said, if you guys do approve this tonight, we should look at revising our MOU with them. Possibly update the frequency of when they will not just only inspect our pump gravity detention, but also just all of the detention that they oversee within the city, and then provide those reports to us. But then we also, in updating the DCM, might be able to require our own reporting if this passes. Now, you guys mentioned the redundancy, the duality of the pumps. What happens if power goes out? Can you speak to that?
Sure. So I think Richard has said that he's willing to install the backup generator. So again, if the power goes out, the generator will kick on, and if it's not raining and the receiving channel is less than 25% capacity, then it should turn the pump system on and start discharging.
And Dan, can you speak to I know it was mentioned in PD&Z, how we handle power outages with our lift stations?
Same. We've got, in every case that we can, we try and have a natural gas generator. There are still a few that are gasoline or diesel, usually diesel, but the natural gas, the idea is a guy doesn't have to actually go out there and, fill up a tank, so to speak, or if you can't get to the site, the natural gas still kicks over. That's what we've got on almost all of our facilities now. So that's what we would recommend that you include as a condition. I believe they mentioned at PD&Z that wasn't a problem, that's what they're planning anyway.
Yeah,
Natural gas is pushed through the system by pumps.
Because it looked like in the motion that was made, the 2 conditions were the installation of a natural gas emergency backup generator, as well as the indemnity agreement for the city from all liabilities. Those are something that you guys would both agree to, or you would agree to those, Mr. Rayner?
Yeah, I don't totally understand the indemnity. He's designing the system. He should have good insurance. So I'm going to come back to him.
Okay.
I mean, and riparian state law says you can't discharge water on another individual's property, so I'm not real sure. I mean, yes, I would, but I mean, it's kind of like throwing Band-Aids on top of stitches. I mean, multiple stitches, because again, statutory law, riparian law says you cannot discharge water on another person's private property. That would be a grounds for some litigation. You guys have detention systems all over the city, and there's just no difference.
Because as you mentioned, and I know it was one of the conditions that was laid out for PD&Z about the berm, building a perimeter berm. As you mentioned, what that would do is that would basically violate or discharge your ability to be able to acquire insurance, because with that berm, if there's the overflow that happens in a historic flood event, which would impact gravity as well as pump gravity, that causes the ability to get insurance. It makes it very difficult, we'll say.
Or tenants.
Correct. Okay, well, you guys have answered my questions. I know going into the workshop previously with council, when you presented this, listening to PD and Z, the big thing for me was safety. Can you guys do this safely? Is it proven to be able to be done safely? To me, you guys have answered my questions, and I will be in support of this tonight. But with my support of it, if there's a majority from council, I think we do need to open up the DCM, and we do need to set stringent requirements if we are to allow this moving forward. So, thank you guys.
Jessica, you mentioned other issues. There is an access issue, and that access issue is, golly, I wish I had Kirby access. Other than that, I go to TxDOT, I'm going to apply for a permit through Scott, and we're going to have access. But that's not an issue. I mean, we're going to get access. Is it the optimal? No. It's going to be because
median.
We'd love to have a median cut and have great westbound access. I said in the last meeting that the negative there is a company like Chick-fil-A, who's already called me about the site, first question is, what's your westbound access like? I don't have westbound access. Sorry, we can't do your deal. That's the only problem I have with access at this point. And again, I want to emphasize something. Two engineers here, but I would venture to say that Harvey is like beyond a 500-year flood event. I mean, it was catastrophic. I mean, I don't know if anybody in here will ever see that in their lifetime again. The probability is, minuscule. We had a gravity pump detention system that went into service in 2018, 2 months before Harvey, and that system in the city of Manvel performed beautifully, and I don't quite understand. And by the way, the next year is when the ordinance went into effect, not allowing it. And it's the same year that we bought this property.
Any other comments from council? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll make a motion, get a second, and then we can vote on this. So I'll make a motion to approve the request for a modification to the design criteria manual for the property located on the south side of Highway 6 with two conditions: the installation of a natural gas emergency backup generator with an automatic transfer switch and indemnity agreement for the city from all liabilities. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Thank you for being here, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We now have item number 5 on the agenda, which is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance number 2023-0-19. Dan?
Actually, I'm going to turn this one over to Jessica as well.
Jessica?
This is agenda item number 5.
Yes.
This is passed on to Joe's Abraham, our city planner.
There we go. What do you got for us, Joes?
Okay, I get this one. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is a request for a specific use permit for a subject site, which is approximately 0.8616 acre. It's located at 7218 North Masters Road. This would be across the street from E.C. Mason Elementary School. It's the property south of the property at the intersection of Canaan and North Masters. The subject site is currently zoned light commercial district, and the applicant is requesting an SUP to authorize the allowance for a dental office, which is NAICS code 621210. Just a background. Our zoning ordinance zoning land use allowances require SUP for certain types of uses, which is based on the understanding that some of the uses may be appropriate for some locations within the zoning district, but may not be appropriate for some other locations. One of the examples is like schools. It's considered individually on a case-by-case basis, and an approval of an SUP from the city council is needed. In 2020, the zoning ordinance was amended to include SUP requirement for all land uses that was categorized under NAICS use code 621, which is ambulatory healthcare services. Basically, every medical office type use would need an SUP approved from the city council. The applicant has submitted construction plans at their own risk to the city of Manvel. The plan review is the plans are under review. They've also submitted plans to TxDOT for some of their approvals, which is also under review. The dental office would provide general dental services. They're not going to administer any type of sedation or anesthesia for their services. And staff has met with the applicant several times and discussed their proposed plans. The packet includes a site layout which shows parking on the front side and a building, and then detention on the rear side. The proposed use is a low-intensity medical use. It's not like a huge medical campus that would generate a lot of traffic and environmental issues to the neighboring properties. It's located along a major thoroughfare plan, which makes it an ideal location for use like this. The subject site is surrounded by properties that are zoned light commercial, which also allows for general retail sales and service type uses. The adjoining properties currently have non-conforming residential buildings, so that is something that we would need to consider. Based on the SUP approval related criteria, this particular application meets all the general criteria that is provided in the zoning ordinance, which focuses primarily on this type of use not creating a nuisance or not being detrimental to the general area. So based on all of that factors, staff is recommending approval with some of the predetermined conditions that the zoning ordinance has, and also including additional conditions, which is listed in the report. There's a total of 10 conditions. The first condition pertains to platting of the property. Second condition pertains to general conformance with the specific zoning district requirements. The third condition pertains to provision of boundary fences so that there is some screening from the adjoining properties which currently have residential buildings. Then fourth and fifth condition pertains to shielding of outdoor lighting so that there's no glare, there's no overspill of lighting onto adjoining properties. Sixth condition pertains to requirement of any change to the concept plan that was submitted as part of this application. That changes would be made to conform to any other code of ordinances that we have adopted. Seventh condition pertains to parking requirement. A requirement rate of 1 space per 250 gross square foot is included. Then the three predetermined conditions, which is the first one pertains to the operating hours being from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Waiting and lobby areas shall maintain an unobstructed view from the outside. And finally, all doors shall remain unlocked and accessible during normal business hours. This application was considered by the Planning Development and Zoning Commission at their June 12th regular meeting. Nobody spoke at the public hearing. However, staff did let Planning Development and Zoning Commission know that one of the neighbors reached out to staff with an email expressing support for the proposed SUP. The Planning Development and Zoning Commission is forwarding a positive recommendation of approval, and staff is also recommending approval with the 10 conditions listed in the report. The applicant is here tonight, and if you all have any questions of the applicant, I guess we can answer. And we are here collectively to answer any questions you all may have.
Oh, great job covering that. I appreciate that. Would the applicant like to say anything? No? Okay. He covered it for you, right? He covered all of it. All right, any comments or questions from council? Okay, so do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
Just a clarification on the motion, is that including the 10 conditions?
Correct.
Okay, can you restate the motion then with,
Yes, I'd like to make a motion with the 10 additional things that need to be done, and I'd like to approve it.
And I'll second it.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you very much. Next, and I'll say that passes 7-0. Make sure to state that. Next, we have agenda item number 6, which is consideration and possible action to approve a subdivision variance request for an approximate 0.9470 acres of land located at 19429 Highway 6, seeking to vary Chapter 62, Section 62-113 sidewalks. Staff?
Joe's did such a good job with that one. We'll let him tackle this one too.
It's your lucky day.
So this one's a subdivision variance request. This is for a subject site located along the north side of Highway 6. It abuts O'Reilly Auto Parts on the east side of it. The property address is 19429 Highway 6. And the request is to get a variance on the subdivision ordinance requirement for sidewalks, which is included in section 62-113. A little background, the subject site is proposed to be developed as a Shipley donut shop. The subject site is zoned light commercial, which allows general retail sales and service type uses. It also has a State Highway 6 overlay district. The applicant is the design engineer for the proposed development. The applicant submitted construction plans for this development in May 2022. It was approved in January 2023. However, the plans were resubmitted in April 2023 since the applicant had made some revisions to the plans. As part of that review, staff included a comment about sidewalks, that sidewalks needs to be provided. And the applicant challenged that condition, and we've been having discussions back and forth since then. And finally now they've submitted a request for this variance. The property is also part of a replat, which was approved, I believe in 2020, September 2020, and this proposed development was not conceived at that point. The approved plat includes a plat note which says that sidewalk shall be provided if required. So the City of Manvel sidewalk requirement comes from three places. One is the subdivision ordinance, one is the design criteria manual, and the third one is the major thoroughfare plan. So when we look at properties for development, when we require sidewalks, between these three documents, it's evident that a sidewalk is required for all properties, and any waiver or any consideration of not having a sidewalk should go through the City Council subdivision variance process. Now, before the most recent update to the sidewalk requirements in the design criteria manual, the enforcement or the application of the sidewalk requirement would vary, because the language we had previously was sidewalks are required along curb and gutter streets, and a lot of times developers read it as it's allowed only in curb and gutter streets. However, when you look at the major thoroughfare plan, DCM, and the subdivision ordinance requirements, that was not the case. So just wanted to highlight that, mention that. And since the applicant challenged it, we've had these communications back and forth, and the applicant's reasoning is that if a sidewalk is included onto the project at this point, it'll increase their cost, and Highway 6 doesn't have sidewalks is what the claim is on their application. And the applicant has also indicated that on Highway 6, sidewalks are not extensively used. Now, from staff's perspective, the approval criteria, the criteria that we have in the subdivision ordinance for reviewing and making recommendations to the City Council for subdivision variances includes three major factors. Number one is there has to be some special circumstances that impacts the property. When reviewing this application, what we find is that yes, there is a special circumstance, which is the location of the property being along Highway 6. However, we look at the special circumstance slightly different from what the applicant is seeing. Number one, because the stretch of Highway 6 was developed over a big span of time with varying development regulations at different times. So looking at one property and saying that, okay, that property doesn't have sidewalk, so we should be exempt from sidewalk may not be an ideal way to look at things. Number two, the subject site is close to a school, and that school use generates a lot of foot traffic in that area. And I would mention it's I've mentioned it in the data sheet. It's kind of anecdotal, but when we were out there to take pictures, we actually saw 2 students who were walking in that ditch. So from staff's perspective, yes, it is special circumstance, but continuing to not have sidewalk is not going to help the situation. The second variance criteria that we have is that if there is strict enforcement of a regulation, it will deprive the property owner from property rights, which is not true in this case. The project can continue. We are just requiring the addition of a sidewalk. And finally, the variance criteria looks into if the variance is granted, whether it would create any detrimental impact in the area. And from staff's perspective, what we're seeing is that because of the location and because of the school foot traffic created in the area, it would benefit the community. Sidewalks has its own benefit. It would add value to the property and to the community in general and to the area. So staff feels that not having that sidewalk on that property will deprive the community from the benefit sidewalks have. So with all of that discussion, staff is making a recommendation to deny the request and requiring the applicant to comply with the subdivision ordinance requirements for sidewalk.
Thank you for the update. Do we have anybody that is here representing the applicant? So we can't take questions right now, but you can definitely get with us afterwards. So I appreciate the update, and generally I am supportive of these types of variances, but in this situation, for the reasons you mentioned, I'm not in support of the variance request. During the campaign, I sat at the voting location all day, every day. And in the morning and in the evening, before school, after school, you would see students walking along the ditches, walking alongside the roads, and it's not safe to be cutting through parking lots. And I think there is a way that maybe we can meet in the middle, because I'm sympathetic to their statement that there's not other sidewalks that are there. So I'm not sure what would be involved for the city to potentially look at putting something behind the buildings, which also gets it off of Highway 6. But maybe what we do in this situation is we have the applicant escrow the funds with the city, while the city determines a safe passage for students, partnering with the school district to get from the school to Blue Water instead. I know that's not necessarily a part of the variance request. So, Bobby, if council wanted to go that route, would we have to reject the variance request, provide direction to staff, and then they could proceed with talking to the applicant about escrowing the funds to bring something back forward?
I think you would have to deny it and then try to work out some sort of development agreement, which would trump our ordinance, give them a specific thing for that, be able to do it that way. But
okay, appreciate that. Council, that's what I would be in support of on my end. I'm not in support of just granting this variance request. But Councilwoman Sarmiento.
The first thing that comes to mind is definitely there's a lack of sidewalks. We had a fatality on Highway 6, one of the students a few years ago. I'm sure some of our community remembers that, because the young man was walking through the middle of Highway 6 on the median and got hit. And my daughter, who you guys saw earlier today, at her tender age of 7 years old, couldn't understand why we didn't have sidewalks. She's too young to understand, but I am in support of maybe meeting in the middle, because I do agree, no one on Highway 6 has been required to put in sidewalks. The high school probably came in afterwards. It is a highway. We definitely need mitigation. Children from Lakeland cannot walk to school or to weeklies or anywhere for a long stretch because there is no sidewalk. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the schools implemented that, or maybe Lakeland did. Maybe Lakeland was required to put in some of that sidewalk, but then it ends. And then we have like this weird, like there's no sidewalk for the children. And I don't know what it would take for us to get with Alvin ISD, get with whoever we need to get to, but there needs to be some type of plan for sidewalks, especially around the schools. It's safety. We cannot afford to have another fatality. I'm just saying, we couldn't afford to have the first one. Now, when it comes to this development here, I agree with them. If I were a business, I say no one else has one. That would be the only stretch of land that has a sidewalk. So if we impose that on them, I would like to see something at least where we come up with the plan, maybe, a 5-year plan or something to start implementing some type of sidewalks or behind the businesses, like you said, because there is foot traffic. There's children, and that is something that we do need to look at. Just gonna end that there.
Okay, but my understanding is the newer businesses were required, the Starbucks, the.
Wendy's.
Right. Yeah, so, again, for me, it's a safety issue. Donuts are gonna attract kids anyway, so I can't, in good conscience, approve it based upon, those particular elements for myself.
If I could, also Dollar General, that one's really obvious, and it looks odd, if you sort of see the aerial, because it is literally right now a sidewalk to nowhere on either side. But obviously, the idea now is that we connect the dots, of course. But we do actually have a plan that we want to bring whenever we get to talk community services, to talk to you about some sidewalks that are sort of the most pressing ones. So we're on the same page.
Now, Councilman Perry, would you be open to the concept if we directed staff to go back to them to say, let's have you escrow the funds instead while we work out the plan of possibly doing something behind? Because the unique thing to me is this is sandwiched between existing businesses. Dollar General doesn't have anything on either side of it right now. So as those businesses fill in, you have something for Dollar General already there that you say, let's connect to. This one really would be just a empty sidewalk. You still have to cut through the parking lots. But I don't know if that's something, I know, Bobby, you have.
Well, I know there's a concern because if they design the parking lot so that there's physically no room to put a sidewalk later, it's kind of locked in. Dan could probably talk more about.
We mentioned the idea about going in the back of the buildings. There's a long detention pond where they all share detention, which you want to do when you have smaller sites if you can. Now, granted, that'd be on private property, so now we're talking about, do we have to get an easement, or is it a private sidewalk that's maintained by those folks back there? So it gets a little more involved. We'd have to sit down with all of them, to get on the same page. It's possible. In the front, there's really, quite frankly, there's only one place that this sidewalk can go. In fact, I think he drew it up and was going to submit it, was he not? Yeah.
So there is room in the front, but we'll have to look into it in a little more detail. There may be a need for a design criteria modification request in terms of where you would place it within that front easement on the private property. But we can look into that option as well, and we may not need to escrow.
Okay. Well, I'm good with it. I'm not in support of the variance, but I think staff at this point has some direction to at least go back to the applicant and have some conversations there. Any other comments from council? Do I have a motion?
Mayor, before we have a motion, could I give my little speech about, just for the benefit of the new council member, I know the old council members are probably sick of hearing this, but Robert's Rules of Order does not like negative motions. Like a motion to deny something is a negative motion. Here in council, you need 4 affirmative votes to pass something. So what happens if you make a motion to deny and it doesn't pass? You've had people think, oh, great, that means it's approved then. Well, no, you still need 4 affirmative votes to pass a motion to get whatever's before the council through. So to do that, we always recommend a motion and a second, which just gets it on the table, which is a fancy way of saying it comes before the governing body, it comes before you guys, and that's what the motion and the second does. And then there's a vote after that. If there's simply not 4 affirmative votes to pass that, then it fails. And you do not have to vote for a motion that you make or a motion that you second. You're just making that motion or second to get it before the governing body. You don't have to vote for your own motion or second. But what's important is that vote. And it's doubly important, it makes things a lot easier if the vote is framed in terms of a positive motion that fails rather than a motion to deny that wouldn't pass. Because that can become really complicated, especially if there's not a quorum. If there's only 4 members of council here, you might get 2 to 2 and you might never get a resolution. So that's why we prefer it that way. And you'll probably hear this speech over and over again until you're tired of it. But
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate that. Anybody have a motion? All right, I'll make a motion to approve the variance request for the property at 19429 Highway 6. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion fails 1-6. Did you mean to vote that way?
I did not mean to vote that way.
Okay. Can we,
Robert's rules of law.
okay,
Hold the council members.
yeah, we'll move forward. Okay.
It's fine. It still passes.
Yep, so motion fails 1-6. We will now move on to agenda item number 7. This is a discussion and update on the Jordan Drainage Project and other drainage issues in the city. This was requested by 2 of our council members, so I will turn it over to them.
Okay, the drainage project is 117 acres off Jordan and County Road 67. We started approximately 2 years ago. Drainage 63 did a lot of work on that, and with the intention of trying to stop Highway 6 from flooding. So this year we haven't been able to do any work, and I'll turn that over to, looks like, Wally.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Dan Davis, staff. Just to give you a really, really quick update on the drainage project. The city has moved forward with installing outfall pipes, as you know, and CNR3 has utilized a contract with the city to get their fuel expedited out there, and they've done a portion of the ditch work that they needed to do regardless. After that, oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, can you speak up just a little bit? Yeah, I was hearing from the back, people were like pointing up there, so
Can you hear me
appreciate
now?
that. Yes, sir.
All right, good. Okay, I thought it was too loud. So to start over, the city has moved forward with installing outfall pipes, and those have been put in by the Drainage District 3, who's been working alongside the city in terms of moving forward with the project. With the outfall pipes, they've made corrections and improvements to the C12 ditch, if I'm not mistaken. They've basically cleaned that up and started with building up the berm. That was all completed in mid-February, and since then, the Drainage District has pulled their equipment for the site because this was a project that that wasn't funded. It was just a joint venture, and they have other commitments that they have to focus on right now. And following up with our conversation with them, they do not have any availability to assist us this year, for the remainder of this year. And that is where we're at.
Any comments?
Questions?
Councilman?
Yeah, we have 2 choke points on there. The one at the end of Bissell, y'all are going to work on that, I understand. That will help out a lot. And then we just have to go up for a bid for Phase 1, to continue the Phase 1 on C12 ditch.
Yes, sir. If we continued, I guess Wally's point is that, if we continued like we're going right now, the project is pretty much stalled, of course, right? And it would take 30 years or so to dig the pond at this rate. So that's not going to do any of us any good. If we just went out and contracted, early estimates are, around $15 million just to dig the pond, that doesn't make good fiscal sense. So there's probably a better option, and that's, getting with a sand mining company to actually, they would remove all the overburden to get to the sand, which then they would in turn sell, of course, and then we'd have some type of an agreement with the city where at least we could be made whole, so to speak, on the purchase of the property. That would be probably the fastest if we want to go that route. The decision was made to try and do as much as we could with the drainage districts, plural, where the pond is. It's squarely in CNR3's district, though. So BDD4, even though we have a great relationship with them as well, they can't jump out of their district to come over here and dig a pond, unfortunately. So I guess what we probably need from council is direction. If you want us to pursue going a different route than just, kind of the way that's going right now, it's just not progressing. And there's only, if you've worked at church before, there's only so much that you can sort of motivate volunteers and but at the end of the day, what recourse do you have, right? So,
Well, it's really up to council if they want to devote any funds to this. That's the next move from them. I
Well,
mean, some of you didn't even know we had a drainage project, but
Well, I just, what, 15 million is what you said?
I mean, just to go back to what Councilman Akery said about the choke point, I mean, there's not a drive to make an improvement to the choke point.
well, and the Drainage District has made it clear that those choke points are tied to the detention. So the detention
Yeah.
capacity needs to be there before the choke points are removed. So our hands are kind of tied on that.
What I'll add to this conversation, I know Councilman Perry, you want to say something as well. Drainage, as we've been talking about for years, is such a big thing in our city. It's the 117 acres. There's other projects. It's the ditches. I spent some time driving yesterday, and I called up Drainage Commissioner, the chairman for CNR3, Jody Scheibe, and we had a really good conversation. And we talked about this, and we all pay taxes to CNR3. Almost everybody that lives in Manvel pays them taxes. And I expressed that to Commissioner Scheibe, and he is 100% on board. They want to put those tax dollars to use for the city of Manvel. And I believe there's an opportunity based off of that conversation to reset the relationship, because and talking to both sides, there are frustrations. There's frustrations from the Drainage District about the city, frustrations from the city about the Drainage District. And I think there's an opportunity to move forward if we provide not just our expectations and have that honest and open conversation with the Drainage District about this project, but what are our other drainage needs. We can make sure that not just Alvin is a priority, but Manvel is a priority as well, because we are very much a growing tax base for them, and we need to make sure that those dollars stay here in Manvel. And so I would love to schedule a time where we can sit down with the Drainage District and we can talk through this with them. In regards to if we wanted to fund it a different way, Councilman Akery, going the route of partnering with a sand mining company, where they help cover the costs, because in the mining of the sand, as long as they mine it towards our specifications, they get to profit from the sand, is a way that we can do the project in an expedited manner, while at the same time not being a cost that's incurred by the citizens. But I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that we pay tax dollars to CNR3, and they have expressed to me that their excitement to partner with the city moving forward. So that's what I'll say in regards to that piece. I'm very much open to exploring it further, talking with the Drainage District. Doing what we need to do to get water moving in the right direction is key, especially considering Highway 6 is an emergency evacuation route as defined by the state. We got to get the water off of 6.
if you can get them interested in completing phase 1, that would be extremely big.
I think we can. I'm hopeful, optimistic, knock on
Okay.
wood, that we can do something. But
Yeah.
we'll see. Councilman Perry.
Okay, so actually you addressed my two primary, the tax funds that are collected by CNR3, the partnering with the sand mining company, and excuse my naivete, but given that it is an actual evacuation route, to what degree can we influence the state to, because we'll be serving those areas that have to evacuate as a result. And I know maybe they haven't cooperated before, I'm not really sure, but I just feel that, these partnerships are going to have to be reviewed. We just don't have the funds to do it on our own.
Sure, we can certainly reach out. We've got actually a really good relationship with TxDOT right now. They're working on a couple of our off-system bridges, the one on Clark and the one on Iowa Lane, and really going above and beyond to help us out. So I think we've got good contacts, so we can broach that subject with. Great idea.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, Councilman, with you guys requesting this, I think that in regards to the discussion and update coming from the meeting tonight, I think we'll explore, of course, the opportunity to partner with a sand mining company, but at a minimum, we'll reach out to the Drainage District as well and look to set up a meeting, and would love to have both of you in attendance whenever we get that scheduled. And also at the same point in time, reaching out to TxDOT, because they might even know of some grant opportunities as well to fund this. I know that there's a lot of opportunities that the state provides in that regards. Any other comments from council? No? Okay. We will move on to agenda item number 8. Wally, I think you're staying up here for this one, which is a discussion and update on the gardens at Croy Park. What do you got for us?
All right, so I called Mr. Sofka. He's also part of the Croy Park Task Force. He wants to inform council on the history of where the directive for Croy Park has come from. So I'm gonna let him speak first.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, sir. If you can just state your name and a little bit of your history with the city as well. I know you've been here for a while.
First of all, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And can you hear me back there? You know, I'm 85 years old, you know, and I'm having a hard time just sitting. I'm trying to keep the old mind and the spirit going. So if y'all be patient with me. But I've lived in Manvel for 44 years. Manvel was a small community, a very rural area, and it's really a movement, a city on the rise, as you see it. About 10 years ago or 15 years ago, I really got involved with nature. With the help of a master naturalist, Glenn Olson, he helped me build a nature preserve at my home. And this morning, every day, I see butterflies flying around there. There's not everything is organic there. And several years ago, I thought about, why can't we do something here in Manvel? And there's a person here today who is part of the Crow family. Marilyn, Phyllis is part of the Crow family. And I want you to pay attention to how her family put together Crow Park. It'll give you an understanding of how at a grassroots level, what we're trying to do. So come up here, Phyllis. She's going to give us 3 minutes. So she said she's going to do it in 3 minutes.
That's hard for me because I'm a talker. Okay. So I am a member of the Croy family, and there
you go.
Okay, and I'm a fourth generation Manvel person. We have 6 generations that have lived in this town, so we've been around for a while, and our history was working the land. They tried when they first came to do the things that there was fruit orchards and the whole history of the area, but they ended up eventually having a dairy that they worked. And then my grandmother, she loved flowers, like you have no idea. And her dream was to have a botanical garden. So she donated some land to the city, and she shared her idea with the community. She went around talking to everybody about her botanical garden, and a lot of the community donated plants. We watered plants while they were preparing the park land to be planted for 2 years. Water, right? So then a lot of the members came out because they wanted their plant to say, oh, we donated this to the community, right? So fast forward now, very few plants are left down there. It hasn't been maintained, but we still have hope that it's going to happen, right? So I made some notes because I wasn't prepared for talking. Let's see. The family is very supportive of their idea of what they want to do as the Gardens of Manvel. Was that what y'all call it? Gardens at Croy Park. And we are very looking forward to being able to go there and hope that lots of other people can go there, relax, enjoy it, and make it part of our community. So, I say let's keep moving forward, right? That's all.
Thank you, Phyllis. The committee is made up of about 5 Manvel citizens, okay? We met over 2 years ago, to fulfill the botanical garden. We got with Glenn Olson, who's a master naturalist, a man that has spent his life helping build, teaches at Rice University on birding and nature. He helped develop the Texas Native Society. So we got him on board to develop a design for Crow Park. And what we intend to do, the grassroots level says, we got to put together a park for families to enjoy. When I go to walk outside and see butterflies, why can't we have kids chasing butterflies through a park? We want to have trails through the park. We're going to have a sanctuary for bees, for butterflies. We're going to have some waterways. So, and also when migratory birds come from South America, there's a place for them to rest. I see migratory birds at my place in April and May. So we got together, we put together a design. It was presented, as I said, this was all done through the task force, which was commissioned by the council over a year ago. So what we put together design with Wale here, and we send a project out for bids. The bids came up higher than we anticipated. The council approved $250,000, but what happened was the freeze a couple of years ago, all of the nurseries lost their crops. So we have to pay more for crops. The transportation problem, so inflation went up. So our bids came from $259,000, $350,000 to $400,000. So what we're talking about now is how can we put together, how can we fulfill this mission for Crow Park? So the idea, and $400,000, that's the reality. We've got one for $259,000, $400,000. We want this to be a showcase. The committee felt like that if we're going to do this, let's do it right. So why don't we possibly split this thing up? Let's do $200,000 this year, $200,000 next year, and we will have a showcase. Believe me, this will be something that Manvel will be proud of, and we can also, what we're also planning to do is we've got the gardeners, master gardeners in Freeport come down and give classes. We can do plant sales at Palmetto. There's a garden group out there. My intention is to get with them to help us motivate families about planting stuff in their neighborhoods, for pollinators, for bees, show them how we can work with nature to enhance the environment. So this is basically what my talk is right now.
Well, thank you for the presentation, Phyllis. Thank you for being here tonight and speaking. Wale or Dan, do you guys have anything that you would like to add to what's been shared?
I'm sure you guys have seen the council packets. I've put a lot of attachments in there. There's a lot of reading in there that goes into deep detail on what is all laid out for this project. The main thing I would like you guys to focus on is the budgetary statement, the tabulation that's included. It shows a breakout of how much each submitter was looking at cost breakouts for this would cost this much, this would cost that much, this sanctuary would cost this much. And I also want you guys to visit the Parks Master Plan, which shows it was what we anticipated years back when we first came up with that plan. And the task force has looked at this as being one of the high key items that would bring people to the park.
Mayor, if I could actually, Wally, could you talk to them just a little bit about the selection committee, or criteria, excuse me, because most projects that you see, the lowest bid is the lowest, most qualified bid is the one that the councils usually have to accept. We have a selection criteria in here, so that's why our number one recommendation was actually, sadly, it was the most expensive one, but it was just because of the overall package. But can you talk about the different criteria?
So the selection criteria on this was, it was very strict, honestly. You had to have years of tenureship. You had to have proof of statements of equipment to even do this type of work. We actually got Glenn and Mr. Sofka to actually go out and meet with these guys and vet them in terms of this is what they're saying they submitted, this is what they have as part of their submission, and they actually met with, I actually met with all three of them, right? You guys, you met with Paige and Landscape Art. Yeah, we couldn't get a meeting with Horticare, but they were the ones in the middle, and our criteria actually ranked them third. So we met with our first and second option, the first one being the most expensive, the second one being the least expensive, and we really just wanted to see, can they handle this scale of a project? And they all came back positive based on that. We actually weeded out, I want to say, a total of 3 other submissions because of that.
Well, we did get a lot of cooperation from horticulture. We gathered information, they were slow, so.
They were just not quick with the responses. They didn't seem as interested as the other 2 agencies.
Appreciate that. Councilman?
So, back in 2000, my first run on council, I spent a lot of time at that park, myself and a bunch of prisoners, trying to take care of the garden.
Just clarification, you weren't in prison at the time?
The city didn't, the city didn't have any money, so I was recruiting the county, the guys doing community service, to come down and help clean the park, mow the grass. They were arguing about the hay, who wanted the hay, right? I think this is a wonderful idea. So I guess my question is you have $250,000 budgeted now. So we need to budget another $250 for next year to get this. Can you start the project now and then?
Yes. So if we break out the project, we can incorporate types of phasing. Obviously, the planting will come in last, and it will be done after all the site work. So irrigation will be one of the first things they'll tackle, redoing the irrigation back to the well, also prepping for bringing in like the ponds and all the seeding, things like that, putting in the trail. Those can all be done from day one. The planting will have to come in on a schedule. I'm happy Mr. Sofka brought up the reoccurringness, because maintenance is one of the biggest concerns. We currently don't have a parks department, to be realistic.
Right, so, but you could start, is that what we're talking about? You can start now and then through the next budget cycle continue?
Yes.
The point is that, when you're putting plants in the ground,
Right.
you can't do that now, it's too much heat.
Right, oh, yeah.
We do all the preparation now, the fall comes along, then we put in the plants, and then we maintain those plants. All of them are given us a 90-day maintenance contract, and then we move on. And I might add, the beauty of this park is these are all Texas perennials.
Right.
We have a freeze. Some of these plants are going to go down the ground, they're going to come back up. So that's the beauty of this park.
Right.
The 2 that we vetted have both agreed to a phasing plan if necessary, based on the time frame that we award the contract. And then the 90-day maintenance period, I have confirmed with both organizations, it is basically an anticipated ceiling for what is necessary to do maintenance at a seasonal needs. So 4 times a year at that actual 90-day maintenance cost as a ceiling, as if they have to bring in new gallons of plants, they have to bring those in. If something really had to be revamped, maybe a pond fails and has to be completely removed and replaced, that's what we should be budgeting. That way we definitely have it available if necessary.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sarmiento?
Yay. Okay. I'm looking at the master plan that's in here. Is that what it's called? Yeah. It's dated, but I just minimized it, so now I saw the cost. So what would it take to get this entire thing done? Because what I see here are soccer fields. I see a kid's playground. I see a picnic pavilion. I see a dog park. I see a trail. This looks beautiful in addition to the gardens. Is that what we're proposing here, or just the gardens? When are we going to propose this?
This is just the gardens. I'm happy I told you it was dated, because those numbers are too. Just to go off basic inflations of every other project I'm doing, just double it. Every number you
Double?
see there, just double it. That's just save.
So you're saying to $3.4 million
To complete that park.
to complete that project?
Yeah, with the trail going all the way around and expanding the parking lots, redoing the entire restrooms, dog park, pavilion, mini pavilion. Yeah, it will probably be double.
Okay. But it's not 30 million like other projects that we've approved, right?
That is true. That is true.
I believe Dan has a
Yeah,
response to
just
that.
one small footnote on that, with the playground. The playground has been done. The playground is fantastic out there. Yes.
That is why the park is filled right now, because people come to the playground. I still go to the park. I take my daughter there.
And I think, Councilwoman Sarmiento, to your point, that when the Croy Park Task Force was formed, was roughly about 2 years ago, and we appointed the members with the mindset that it would be a phased process. That the task forces, their goal was to look at the entirety of the park and phase into it. And so the task force has decided that the first phase will be the gardens at Croy Park. We invest the money for that, and then that will build into future phases that different expertise will be brought into the mix. And where I see this as going as well is going into an agenda item we have a little bit further down, which is reforming the Parks and Recreation Board, because we need to make sure that we look at parks holistically. We can't just look at them isolated. We have this park, we have that park. We have to understand what our entire park system is. But the whole original mindset was this is phase one, and now we're breaking phase one into phase 1A and B, and then we'll be able to grow from there. Wally, one concern, and I had reached out to you about this, if you can speak to this. I know that some of the contracts or the proposals included a window for maintenance built into the cost. The concern that I have is if the task force works with the contractor and they build this beautiful park that fulfills the vision of the Croy family, how are we going to maintain it after 90 days? I don't know if we necessarily have the expertise or the equipment to do that. And while we can certainly rely upon these other nonprofit or volunteer groups, that's leaving a lot up to chance with a lot of money that would be invested in this. So that's my concern.
No, exactly. That's a very valid concern. I'm actually happy you reached out and sent me that question, because it let me follow up with all of the submitters, the bidders on this project. And they also told me that it just generally, with any kind of landscape project, you should look at 3 to 5% in terms of maintenance costs reoccurring every year. So that's exactly what their 90-day, seasonal costs came up as. So what they're stating is that last line item budgetary number is what we should budget as a ceiling for what they put in every season, every change. So that's 4 times a year. So that 9,000 something, that's $40,000 a year if we want them to do it. We currently don't have a parks department with the capability of maintaining this. That's why when he brought this up as maybe a reoccurring, a buildup of a fund, every year we put $200,000 towards this, and we make improvements. We have the money there for maintenance. We can also look at expanding. What can we do at that time and point with what we have? That's why it's more, yes, we could ask you guys to put $9,000 more and go with the lowest bidder, but that's not the point. It's to the continuous improvement and maintenance of the park. That this is going to have to be something that if we did have a parks board, they will come and preach to you guys, hey, we need money every year. Not me.
Yeah, and that's certainly something to prepare for. I wanted to make sure that council understood that there is a reoccurring cost, not just for improvements and expansion at Croy Park, but just the simple maintenance of what we have. But Councilman Perry, it looks like you have something.
Well, first of all, just discussing it and envisioning it presented some wellness to me. I felt some of my anxiety leaving. So, and that may be something that should also be taken into consideration. Having a place, we live in a stressful society, having a place for the community to come and de-stress, and nothing does it like nature. In fact, we may even want to stretch. I've seen galas based around these type projects as fundraisers, and you'd be amazed at people who have expendable funds they just want to give away. If it is a project that they can believe in and we do it in excellence, some invitations to the right people may help us with that funding.
If I might point out something, I do a lot of fundraising in my life right now. I spend 12 years working with Pure Water for the World, bringing water to Haiti. And I've raised so far about $300,000. And then this is a project that I'm putting my heart and soul into, because at my age, I'm trying to leave a legacy of my space. And I think that if we get people involved in nature, I'll be glad that you give me names and I can raise money. That's all I've got to say about that.
Do I have any other comments from council? So I just want to, in closing, wrapping this up, I think what you guys have put before us is a beautiful proposal. I think, Mr. Sofka, you and I have spoken, visited your property about 2 years ago. You gave me some jam, and it was delicious jam. And I'm looking forward to what is able to be done here. I think the direction from tonight, if council agrees, would be bringing forward an actual action item for us to, if one needs to be taken at the next council meeting in order to give the green light to appropriate the funds if that has to occur. But as council, then we are making also that commitment that in this upcoming year budget, we are setting aside the funds and also the reoccurring expense moving forward. You guys got what you need? All right. Thank y'all. Thank you for staying here so late. I appreciate it. Now moving on to agenda item number 9, consideration and possible action to direct staff on a budget amendment transferring $400,000 out of the fund balance into the general fund. This is an item I brought forward at the last meeting, but in light of action that was taken earlier tonight, I'm going to propose that we take no action on this item and let it fall off for future meetings. Everybody agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 10, and what I'm going to propose is that we can group 10 through 13 together. Just to save time, it's getting late, I understand. And so I'll read these items quickly. Consideration and possible action to direct staff on the creating a business advisory committee, creating a development advisory committee, direct staff on amending the capital improvement advisory committee, and possible direction to reactivate the Parks and Recreation Board and the Events Board, and direct staff to advertise for the board applications. These were brought up at the last meeting by myself, Councilman Oplinger. You had brought forward that you wanted to see, at least for the Business Advisory Committee and the Development Advisory Committee, some sort of framework or outline. And so just to highlight these, the Business Advisory Committee and the Development Advisory Committee would be more ad hoc committees that would operate similar to the Events Task Force and the Croy Park Task Force. They would be a body made up of people that are vested in the future of Manvel that would give us ideas that we would be able to bounce things off of when we're considering an ordinance change, process it through them to get their feedback, but they have no decision-making authority. Number 12, which is the CIAC, that is a committee that already exists, and what we would be looking to do is provide direction to staff to open that back up, because currently all PD and Z board members are appointed to that. I believe personally that a separation, you have PD and Z focused on PD and Z, you have capital projects focused on capital projects, because they differ in expertise as well. That way we can get Wale some support that he needs there from a capital project standpoint. I believe he has 25, 26, something like that, projects that he's 25 projects that he's managing. For all three of these items, it would be providing direction to staff. They would bring something more formal to us at our next meeting that we would then vote on. And number 13 is a little bit different, because number 13, we already have on the books a Parks and Recreation Board as well as an Events Board. What we would be providing staff the direction to do is to reactivate those, and immediately they would be able to start advertising for applications. So for the other three, it would be more so something formal would come at the next meeting, and then we would begin to advertise. But with those two, the advertisement would be able to start immediately. So we can take action on all of these at once. If y'all would prefer to separate them out, to take individual action, we can. But that's just a general overview as to why you see them split out the way that they're split out. But council comments?
Yes, just one. At the previous council meeting, when we mentioned these, there was one board I would like to see explored, as far as being added to our boards, and that was the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Board. I'd like to see us examine that. I don't know if it's appropriate at this time, but just to keep it in the minutes.
Yeah, and what I would recommend, Councilman Perry, is if you get with Tammy this week, she'll be able to walk you through the process of getting something on the agenda for discussion. Absolutely.
So I guess my question is, do they need a charter or anything? The committee, do they need a charter?
Well, some of them, like the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, has its scope set out by state law. Some of them we would come up with, like the ad hoc committees, we would provide them a scope, and also usually they have bylaws to operate. And we make the decision usually that ad hoc committees don't have to comply with the Open Meetings Act because they're purely advisory. They're not delegated any function. So therefore, they can meet at Bighorn or something like that if they're purely ad hoc. But it depends on the board, I guess, is the short answer.
So, Councilman, what you would see is for items number 10 and 11, which is the two advisory ad hoc committees, you would see a more formal bylaws to vote on at the next meeting.
Okay.
So what I'll do is I'll make a motion to provide staff with the direction to move forward with agenda items 10, 11, 12, and 13. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Vote passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Agenda item number 14, we're almost there, y'all, is consideration and possible action to direct staff on changes to the sign ordinance. So I'll turn that over to Dan or to Jessica, whoever wants to take that one.
Apologies, I was still writing on my notes. The last council meeting, we talked again about the sign ordinance, specifically about attention-getting devices, or what was previously in the ordinance, which were wind device signs, which are considered the same sign. We talked about allowances for opening up some of our temporary signage, so some of our businesses could possibly have a banner or maybe some balloons out for whatever occasion that they see fit. So through my research, I looked at Pearland, I looked at Alvin, Sugarland, Missouri City, League City, and I even looked at Hitchcock because, boy, that one came up for a time or two. And I was just curious as to, what all these cities said. Obviously, they had more of an expansion on some of these temporary signs. From the most part, what I could see was that some cities didn't allow more than 30 days in a year where you could have it. They didn't want it more than 30 consecutive days. It could be broken up into two different periods, but it couldn't exceed more than 30. It looks like Missouri City had some temporary signage that was 60 days in a calendar year, and that you couldn't exceed more than 15. It was a variety of different things that some cities allowed. Alvin permitted things like the feather flags and such. Some of them, it had to do with banners or balloons or those types of special event type signs. So it's really just in a manner of, I guess, what sorts of attention, or I should say attention-getting device signs or temporary signage, whether that be banners, maybe an expansion on somehow the bandit signs are used, because we allow those bandit signs at that point, and then just the days on how we would allow it. But I definitely think that we need to bring something to you that allows this on a temporary basis. I looked a little bit more into just traffic safety, because it was brought up about the school zone. I couldn't find anything specific to school zones. There's no data out there that I was able to find with incidences in school zones. But what I did find, and a lot of this came from TxDOT, 2022, it said there were 1 in 6 crashes on Texas roads that were caused by distracted drivers. 487 of those people died, with 2,828 that were seriously injured. 8 to 9% of all fatal motor vehicle collisions in the U.S. are due to distracted drivers. I also found some interesting information in my research that the state of Texas in general is just a great example of a case study in distracted driving. All the signs that you see on the interstate system that say deaths on Texas roads, whatever this year, whatever signage that's put up by TxDOT, actually distracts drivers. And when those messages are put up there, incidences go up of distracted driving. Funny. Not funny, but I learned something new through this exercise, so I do thank y'all very much. But distracted driving is basically anything that is defined as an activity that diverts your attention from driving. That's talking, texting on your phone, eating or drinking, talking to people in your vehicle, fiddling with your radio, entertainment or navigation systems, just basically anything that takes your attention away from driving. TxDOT also puts out statistics for distracted driver crashes and injuries, and that's by county. And then they do crashes and injuries in cities and towns. So for Brazoria County, there were a total of 1,293 total crashes that were due to distracted drivers that resulted in a crash or an injury. I looked at other counties like Fort Bend County, Galveston County, Montgomery County, and Harris County. Fort Bend County had 1,077 total crashes with that. Galveston had 1,439. Montgomery County had 1,839, and Harris County had 11,496. Crashes and injuries in cities and towns. I looked at Manvel, and we had a total of 246 total crashes. I looked at the city of Pearland, also Alva, and I was just curious on comparisons. And it looks as far as crashes and injuries, and as well as the distracted driving by county, that we kind of fall somewhere in the middle, whether we're Brazoria County or we're Manvel. So there is something to sort of back that up on the distracted driving point. And also, Mayor, you'd had questions about a bounce house, considering of that of a sign. The answer is yes. There's two ways. Obviously, if there is a message on that bounce house, we could consider it a sign and put it in a classification for a sign type. Considering our attention-getting device talks about inflatable signs, it may fall into that category. I really haven't looked to see where it would fit, but it's also considered it's a piece of equipment for amusement rides when it doesn't have a message on it. And if you're familiar with what we did with our special events ordinance, we actually kind of put it in there with special type events of having a bounce house. But the state of Texas classifies it as it's a Class B according to the Texas Department of Insurance, which is TDI. And its amusement rides include, or not limited to, go-karts, rock climbing walls, bungee jump, zip lines, mechanical bulls, trackless, only in Texas, trackless trains, continuous airflow of inflatable rides / devices, which include bounce houses, inflatable slides, and various simulators. So that's the information that I have before you. But I do think, considering if you would allow staff to maybe bring some different sign types and that we have in our regulation, and maybe even bringing different sign types maybe that we don't acknowledge on a temporary basis, and bringing something to you that provides that allowance. And we're not talking about, hey, so-and-so's having a grand opening, that they could have it. They could have the grand opening, or they could have another event in the year that they could have this type of signage. And I don't know if there's something else that you'd maybe want to tackle in that ordinance besides temporary signage, but it's things that we can explore. If you maybe want to possibly give me a vision, I can look into it to you. I always tell people, imagine a place that you've gone to that it's this really great place that you've visited, and it's just absolutely wonderful. What are the things that make it wonderful? What are the things that you see that make it wonderful? And if that's your vision of a city that you would want to live in, or the city that you want to be council of, let me know, and I will be happy to do that research of what does their sign code look like, or really just on the topic of signs, any other things that you'd want me to look at. But I'll give it back to you guys.
Thank you, Jessica. And I appreciate your research into this. I'm sure you've learned a lot about signs over the past year, and I appreciate specifically you looking into the bounce house piece as well as the school zones. I know Councilman Acree had brought that up at the last meeting. Just for discussion by council, I did provide to staff, and they just included it as an exhibit, something that I had put together. Councilman Perry had asked at the last meeting, why was the original change made that added the definition for attention-getting device? And so I went and I thought about that a lot. And I went and watched the meetings, read back through the minutes, and when this was originally brought forward by Councilwoman Tyson and seconded by Councilwoman Hayne, the thought process then as expressed was to be more business-friendly with our signage, to be a little bit more lenient with our signage, to open things up a little bit. And just like with any ordinance, when you make changes, you have to see the impacts of that. Sometimes it's positive and it's the intended impacts, and sometimes it's not. And I think the changes that were made had unintended impacts that council did not see at that time, because you have to see how it's implemented. And so in my opinion, Exhibit A goes back and touches the original reason and intent for why this discussion came back in August of 2022. Now, of course, it's dependent upon what council wants to do, but it addresses the attention-getting device, it addresses the signs with visible moving parts, and it addresses what the original intent was, which is the reason why I brought this back forward as well for us to discuss. But with that, I'll open it up to council comments. Would love to get feedback. Councilwoman Sarmiento.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for coming with data. I love data. I love data. I love data. However, all those numbers, it's very hard to say that the distractedness came from a business's sign. And when you look at the United States as a whole, and every freeway that we drive on, there's billboards, every business has a name on it, there's stop signs, there's traffic lights, there's people walking, there's people driving next to you. I mean, everything that encompasses driving is distractedness, everything. I know that driving is dangerous, period. Like those statistics, the minute you're in a car, your statistics go up for having accidents. Now, another thing that comes to mind is there was 246 accidents that you mentioned happened in Manvel in the last year. And there's really no data to support that any of those happened because someone looked at a business sign or a flying banner. Probably not a banner because we don't have them here. But then also let's look at Highway 6 in Hitchcock or Santa Fe. And I think the comment was made in the last meeting that there's like litter, banner litter or whatever, sign litter or whatever you want to call it. And I agree. I drove down there and there's flags are frayed, they're old, they're ugly. I do not want that type of litter in Manvel at all. However, the data to support that the accidents are coming from those, it's hard to say. I pretty much can guarantee about 90% is probably somebody on their phone or eating or putting makeup on or dealing with kids or, just distracted. So thank you for that because I love those numbers. I learned something tonight. However, I do think that we need to explore what that looks like, either to move forward and just put this behind us already. You already stated that previous council did it, and then we realized that, it hurt some businesses. I'm pro-business, as everyone knows. It's not a secret. I think we should move forward with this, put it back there where they can have some type of device, or not device, but a signage. Grand opening, 60 days. I like that rule, no more than 60 days. Or fly it if you want. And then if it becomes a problem, and if we see that there's litter and people are just going over and above and we have 5,000 flags flying up and down Highway 6, then we can address it again. At least that's where I stand with that.
So just a clarify, because I'm taking notes, a clarification is that you would like to see them be allowed, but for a temporary 60-day period?
I'm open to any suggestion when it comes to some type of some numbers, like let's see what's working, what's not, or not. I would like to see businesses be able to have a sign or a banner to announce that they're there, announce their grand opening. I don't think you should have a grand opening sign for a whole year. I don't know what the proper rules are. I don't know what would be okay. But what I do know is that I believe that our businesses should be able to advertise that they're there. And if you want a flying tube man, have it. And if we get one accident and somebody says it's because I was looking at the Flying Willy, then we address it. But up to date, everybody stated in the last council meeting, there has not been one accident or any data to support that it poses a hazard.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other comments from council? Councilman Lance?
Yeah, back to the data, I would be probably no way to track, but what were the speed limits involved? I mean, were they 60 mile an hour, 70 mile an hour? Can we break it down, you know? I know our main concern is Highway 6. What if we had a sign ordinance that said we can have a wheelie or whatever else if it's, the speed limit is below X amount? You know, if we hit 60 or 55 mile an hour, whatever, there's no signs in that area. We could put limitations like that. I do like the comment that was made last time, I believe with the weeklies, about maybe allowing extra signage, you know, during holidays for a holiday period of time. I like that. I think just a grand opening is pretty limited, but special occasions, holidays, I think is something to be considered if we can't have it just, you know, all the time as a banner for that business.
Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong here. Oh, please go ahead.
I just wanted to make one comment about the speed limit. The lowest speed limit we have on Highway 6 is 50, and then we've got 288. And right now, those are where the majority of our businesses are. So putting something like that above a speed limit or whatever, how you'd want to do it, I don't know if you'd get the same effect out of it as just allowing it on a temporary basis, no matter if it's just allowed in that sign district. I don't know if that gets you where you want.
And what I'll also add, Councilman Lands, is that there is an allowance, I believe it's 45 days prior to a holiday, and then for 10 days afterwards that you can have different signage that's up that might not be normally allowed, that's currently exempted.
Using that regulation, how it's currently written in the sign ordinance, if you used every holiday, there is, I believe, a 1 week period in August that you wouldn't have it up. I don't think that was the intent of our ordinance. I think the intent was, you know, not to just, you know, pick on Christmas and Thanksgiving, because we got plenty of other holidays, but it really looks like kind of that was the intent. I've seen some other things in other cities that are written a lot more clean. So maybe that can be clarified to where we don't have the allowance every day of the year except 1 week in August.
Councilwoman Sarmiento.
I appreciate your comment about, okay, well, what if because that's looking for a solution. Well, what if we look at mitigating the speed limits? However, I don't think that Honores or Bighorn or any of the other businesses would like that ordinance, because then weeklies could fly the tube man and they couldn't. So that's just my perspective.
Okay, back to the holidays. There are a lot of holidays. What if we looked at government holidays as opposed to every holiday on the schedule? I mean, how many, will we get like, 9, 10 days off a year for the government holidays? Something like that?
You may want to say federal holidays, because every municipality is different.
Of course, a spreadsheet.
Just an idea.
A spreadsheet was in order, so I put together a spreadsheet and did the 45 and 10, and she's right. It's actually in July. I think it's July 14th through the 21st. There's just 1 week that doesn't hit, and that was just the city holidays. So whether it was, I think Mr. Weekly referred to St. Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, you know, there's.
Yeah. So maybe shorten the 45-day allowable signage too, you know?
So it seems as though, based off of the comments that have been said, that there is a desire to see some clarification in the language regarding the temporary allowance for holidays, cleaning that up. Is there any desire to completely eliminate the definition for attention-getting device and signs which have visible moving, revolving, or rotating parts? That definition. I know Councilwoman Sarmiento said yes. Councilman Lands, I'm on board with that. Is anybody?
Just let me, it's late, so my brain is a little foggy. So let me clarify. When you say completely eliminating, you're saying not have a temporary limit on it?
Correct. Just striking that definition from the sign ordinance. If you look at Exhibit A within your packet, it shows what would be.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So if we say we eliminate it, they can be up year-round.
If I could, I think really what you're asking is you'd want those to be, like you put in the draft, that they would be eliminated from the prohibited signs, right? That's really the more important part. The definition can be in there, I suppose. It doesn't hurt anything, but the real issue is that those are prohibited signs. So if we want to not prohibit those signs anymore, I mean, that's easy. We can just take it out if that's what the council wants.
Right. Remove the prohibition, have what's already in place as far as limitations, just with some clarification.
Yes, the definition would remain, but as Dan said, now you'd have it as a permitted sign for temporary on how you want to do it. Yeah, it's very important having those definitions because it's the only way staff is able to know how to classify a sign. A little bit of infringement there gets in that gray area. That's why we classify things by sign types.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure the brain was processing a lot slower now. Okay, super good.
And I think, Jessica and Dan, that with these two items, removing them from being in the prohibited list, providing some clarification regarding the holidays, I think what that will do is that will get something in front of us as council to see, Councilman Perry, you had mentioned, let's get something in front of us. Let's make a decision on it. As you said, Councilwoman Sarmiento, let's wrap this up at our next meeting. Let's commit to that. That way businesses have clarity. Whatever this draft is, I will make a commitment to make sure, and everybody else up here as well, let's reach out to the business community. Let's make sure that we consult with them, that their voice is heard in this, because this directly impacts them as well. So Dan, Jessica, do you guys feel like you have clear direction coming from tonight? Okay. All right, thank you. Any other comments from council on this item? No? Okay. Moving on to the last item of the night, update on the status of a community survey, and I believe we're turning this one over to Brooke.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'll try to keep it short and sweet since we're going pretty long. As requested at the last meeting, I've put together a draft of a resident survey, which was provided in your packet. You might notice that there were two versions of it. One's a little bit more exhaustive, and then the other one is more condensed towards budget, given the restraints that the time restraints we have to get budget information out there. If you would like to go with a more exhaustive one, that kind of includes questions related to the city's performance and direction. Given the time restraints, I would recommend going with the budget one, just so we can get those answers back to you, since I believe at the last meeting that was what was requested of the survey is what are our residents looking for us to allocate funds towards. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I would love to get your input on if you think there are any questions missing or some that you don't think are very clear, anything like that.
And I appreciate you putting this together, Brooke, in short order in 2 weeks. I'm going to defer to the two council members to my right. What I'll just say is the only item for me, and I love the questions. I love the way that you framed it. The important thing to me is going to be that we do this survey on a reoccurring basis, because we have to measure our results from survey to survey based off of the actions that we're taking as council. And so for Brooke, my ask would be is if you feel like you are equipped and you have the bandwidth in order to make sure that we do this on a regular basis moving forward, phenomenal. If we need to look to partner with a firm, I know a neighboring city did that recently to make sure that we have those checkpoints, we hit those milestones to make sure we're heading in the right direction. Please work with Dan and make sure that comes in the budget for moving forward. But I like what you've put together here. So, and I know this was an item brought up by Councilman Perry and Councilwoman Sarmiento. So do you guys have anything to add?
Thank you so much, Brooke. I'm going to cut across the field. Appreciate it. But as the mayor mentioned, I did do some research of some organizations that are part of the National Research Center that could do this for us. And while we're still categorized officially on the census, despite the estimate, as long as we're a city under 15,000 residents, and we're one of the first 100 cities, there's a special packet that one of these organizations will offer to take that data, provide us a tool to help collect the data and to analyze it. And it could be used by multiple departments on an ongoing basis. We could customize templates. There are a number of things that would be added, but it would have to be a budgeted item because it's like $3,900 for 2 years worth of that service.
Yeah,
But-
and that is what I took into consideration. I was thinking along the same lines. We could hire somebody that would be able to get this out in a more comprehensive, statistically comprehensive way, instead of just kind of blasting it out as much as we can. But again, with some time constraints, this is what I was able to come up with
No,
to,
it's great. Thank
to
you.
make sure that we hit whatever the needs are for this budget cycle.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And so, Councilman Perry, I think, based off of your comments, you would be good with moving forward with starting to blast this out based off of what Brooks provided, but moving into the future, see something a little bit more.
Yes, because we have the budget process, so we have time restraints. So this at least would get it out there, and then we could continue exploring how we could budget this other agency.
Councilwoman Sarmiento.
I think it's a great step in the right direction, getting this out as a preliminary survey to even see what kind of engagement we get before we budget that money towards hiring a consultant to do this. If we get a really low, during campaign season, people tend to complain, but then after that, they kind of dwindle away. So this is my action, calling people to action if you see this survey come across your email, take action, because we will take that into consideration as a budgeted item in the future.
Do I have any other comments from council? Okay, Brooke, Dan, you guys feel like you have what you need?
Yep, we'll get
Awesome.
going.
All right, thank you guys for bringing this forward as well. So I'll now open it up to mayor, council, and comments. Any comments from council? No? A long meeting, and I'll be quick. Just have two things. I know tonight we took a very significant action tonight, and in talking with some city employees prior to the meeting, it was suggested to me, which I agreed with, just to take a moment at the end of the meeting to say a few words. I think to our city employees, the key thing I want y'all to know is that your success is our success. We on council, and speaking for myself personally, we want to be your biggest cheerleaders. We want to make sure that you have the support, that you have the encouragement, that you have the resources that you need to go out and serve the community each and every day. There's going to be times that we challenge you, times that we push you, times that you're going to challenge and push us to be better and to do better and to serve better. But I think as a city, we have a tremendously bright future in front of us. We have so many great opportunities. And looking around the room, I know that we have the people that are here that are committed to that. You guys are here not to make, Ubers of cash, but you're here to serve. And I think it's important to recognize that and to say thank you for your service. And I think saying to the community, those of you who have stayed here and watching online, I'm excited to be the mayor. I'm humbled to serve. And I know my fellow council members, I think I can speak for them, that we are all humbled to serve you in this capacity. And at the end of the day, my priority is to make sure that our community, that our city is put first. And so let's get to work. Let's enter this new season of opportunity and put our best foot forward. The other item is I'm going to be doing this every month moving forward. We have a few birthdays and a few anniversaries just to celebrate and acknowledge. So I just want to say happy birthday to Dan Johnson, who celebrated his birthday this month. We also have Yolanda Royston, James McLean, Chad Dumont, Daniel Franklin, Alfred Pena, and Patrick New, who are all celebrating birthdays this month. So happy birthday to each of you. We also have employees that have celebrated work anniversaries this month. We have Dylan DeBonis, Bobby Watson, Christy Houston, Alfred Pena, Keith DeForest, Mariah, I'm going to butcher this last name, Mariah Matzenauer.
You got it.
I got it. Nice. There we go. Nathan Peters and April Joyce Beeler San Miguel. And so thank you for working here and celebrating another work anniversary. So with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll second.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Seconds. Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes.